strongly come to Manhattan and visit if you're ever in Manhattan. The Kansas Wheat Innovation Center is a wheat research facility just north of Bill Snyder Family Stadium in Manhattan that was built by you, the Kansas wheat farmer, through the wheat checkoff. And it is a research facility that is in collaboration with Kansas State University, and we're doing a lot of amazing things there to advance wheat research. So Martin Kirshen in the back of the room there, Martin, raise your hand, is our commissioner from this part of the state, and he can tell you a lot of good stories about what's going on at the Kansas Wheat Innovation Center. But welcome this morning to our Wheat Rx school. Wheat Rx is a program that we have, a collaboration with Kansas State University, and part of that wheat checkoff money is we spend about $1.1 to $1.5 million every year of checkoff dollars funding research, and most of that goes on at Kansas State University. So Wheat Rx is our effort to take the results of that research, applied research, and communicate that out to the farmers who are funding that research. And so this series of schools is one of those attempts to do that. But this is also about a special program that we have just got underway. We received a grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. It's called their Conservation Partners Program. And what the grant involves is getting more wheat acres in Kansas enrolled in Farm Bill programs such as EQIP and CSP. So let me fill you in a little bit about the grant and kind of what we're going to cover today. So what this grant does is works through crop advisors in the state. Are there any certified crop advisors here today? Okay. Crop advisors, whether they're certified crop advisors or independent crop advisors, this grant is using certified crop advisors and training them to assist farmers in enrolling in these programs, because there is a shortage of people across the state. Farmers enroll in some of these conservation programs. Amount of financial assistance available to the farmer through those conservation programs. A lot of those monies go unspent every year, and so that's an emphasis of NRCS, is to get more farmers involved in these EQIP CSP conservation programs. So you'll work with the certified crop advisor to develop a custom conservation plan for your farm. These are just some stats and kind of our focus areas. There is still 52% of wheat acres in Kansas that are under some form of conventional tillage. So we want to do reduced till or no-till, conservation crop rotations, cover crops, nutrient management, grazing. So those are just some of the focus areas that we're using. So the role of the certified crop advisors in this is that they will identify the farmers, help them adopt those conservation practices, but there are also funds available to the crop advisors for every acre that they get enrolled in a Farm Bill program. So it's 75 cents per acre. So it's an incentive not only to you to get involved in those conservation programs, but also to have your crop advisor receive some compensation for assisting you with getting those acres enrolled. So we're going to develop some training for crop advisors to help them understand how to enroll farmers in some of this training to help you enroll in these conservation programs. And our goal through this grant, through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, is to enroll an additional 100,000 wheat-based acres in one of these conservation programs. So again, these are kind of the goals with the grant. We're hiring 2 individuals who will go across the state and help us implement this grant program, and you'll be seeing more about it in the news. We'll share a lot of information. We're just getting this rolling on how this process will work. But today we're going to talk a little bit about some of these conservation practices, but also get into some other wheat topics for you. So there is a schedule. Some of you may have picked that up on the way in this morning. We'll have a break mid-morning. We are going to feed you lunch today. And then we got 1 speaker after lunch, and then we'll call it a day. If you have any questions throughout the day, just feel free to ask me. At this point, I want to introduce Ted Hinton. Ted is from Northeast Kansas. He's going to be based in Manhattan. He's one of those people I talked about who's been hired through this grant. He's a peer-to-peer network coordinator, and I'll let him tell you a little bit about what he's doing.
Thank you, Aaron. Good morning. And as Aaron mentioned, I am a new hire within the Kansas State University Agronomy Extension Department. I am the peer-to-peer network coordinator. And so our program, obviously, the intent, the purpose of it is to get more acres in wheat-based cropping systems to get more conservation practices employed out there in the field. And we are coming at it from several different angles to try and help you utilize, as Aaron mentioned, utilize those unspent Farm Bill dollars. And if you're looking to make a transition from conventional tillage to maybe reduced till, possibly even no-till, there are dollars out there to help ease that transition, make it a little less financially strenuous for you. Also, we are looking to provide technical support. I myself am a certified crop advisor. I have the sustainability specialist designation within the CCA program. And please don't let sustainability bother you, because for me personally, sustainability means economic sustainability for the farmer. The farmer can't be expected to give up anything to provide sustainability measures for the consumer. And I think the great news in that is that almost always, it takes a little while, but once you get going with conservation practices, you will see improved profitability. So there is a little trepidation, I know. My family has been no-tilling for over 40 years. And I'd like to tell you that it was some wonderful, terribly perceptive decision that we made years ago. But the truth of the matter is that we used to farm for a living. Don't do that anymore. Got into the grain and elevator business, but at any rate, we were able to hold on to the home place. Our farm sale was the day before my 15th birthday, and we sold off all of our farm equipment. And so we ended up replacing mechanical inputs with chemical inputs, no-tilling. And turned out, it worked out very well for us. And sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. But we are going to provide you with technical support. Also, being the peer-to-peer coordinator, I will provide, if you're looking to make that switch, I will find somebody nearby, and you may not feel comfortable speaking to one of your neighbors across the road who's no-tilling, just because I understand there are competitive situations. You may not want to have a conversation like that with somebody that you have, you are competing for ground, rented ground, or maybe even putting up your hand at the auction. I can find you somebody a county or two away that's dealing with similar situations, so that you can say, hey, I'm running into this issue. How did you handle it? And this is somebody who's actually doing it, who's farming. And so there's a certain amount of, I think, comfort when you talk to somebody who's actually doing it. And so that's part of what differentiates this program. We're looking to help put you in touch with folks who are employing these practices, so that you have honest experience from a peer. And as Aaron mentioned. We have another person who I believe should hopefully be coming on soon. We will help you navigate the enrollment process with the NRCS programs. I realize there's a lot of red tape. It's not easy, but we're going to be there to provide you with that help. I have some experience with those programs, and the person that we believe is going to be coming on soon has even more experience with those programs. And not only are we looking to try and get you enrolled in those programs, the Farm Bill programs, but also there are some other funds out there from EPA, Clean Water Act. There's funds available there. And additionally, some of the industry members, folks that buy grain, millet, are looking for wheat that's raised more sustainably, and they're also paying for the adoption of those conservation practices, because that goes towards their sustainability goals that they communicate to the public. And so we can find you private or industry funds, Farm Bill funds, also EPA funds. That's what we're here to do. So I believe I've covered just about everything I wanted to talk to you about. So thank you very much. If you get in touch with K-State Extension, they can get you in touch with me. My email address is tbhinton, hinton, at ksu.edu. And also, if you get in touch with Dr. Lollato, he can get you in touch with me as well. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Okay, thank you, Ted. Appreciate it. So, yeah, as he said, we're just rolling out this program, and in some cases here today, we may be preaching to the choir, but just stay tuned to our social media channels, in touch with Ted and K-State and Kansas Wheat. We'll keep getting the word out there about how we're just, essentially, again, we're just trying to connect crop advisors with farmers and access some of this this government conservation money that is going unspent. So we'll jump into the program now. I want to bring up Peter Tomlinson with agronomy in Kansas State University.
Okay. Yep. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the introduction, Aaron. I am your state extension specialist for environmental quality. I'm based in Manhattan, but travel all over the state, work all over the state, have spent quite a few hours in hotel nights in Colby and southeast Kansas, southwest Kansas. So excited to be part of the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation project. I also sit on the State Conservation Commission as one of 2 technical commissioners from Kansas State University. And so I spend a majority of my time thinking about conservation programs, trying to understand conservation programs and the research that we need to do to improve, revise, and adapt conservation programs. So, as we think about, looking ahead, looking at the challenges, and these have already been hit on a little bit, but, the challenge of continuing to produce grain, feed, and food with fewer resources, continue to stay profitable. At the same time, pressures to reduce the impact on the environment, and at the end of the day, hopefully pass our operations on to the next generation. And so, as we think about this is just kind of set the stage of where we're at. This looks at farm size, number of farms, land in farms. And so, our land in farms kind of peaked in the 1940s, 50s, and, it's been on a decline, but not significant decline. Where we've seen the biggest change is in the number of farms. And so we've we've gone from, a high of close to 7 million farms in the 1920s and 30s, and leveled off somewhere around 2 million farms. But that's been the farm size has increased, so that's why we haven't seen that change in farm acres. And so larger operations now, sometimes it makes it, there's opportunities, in efficiency, and it also can present challenges as well. And so, globally, we've seen similar trends where, global agricultural production continues to trend upward and has been trending upward since the 1960s. But that land and agriculture has been trending down since, the late 90s. And so a lot of this, I think, is gains in efficiency, and, what hopefully we can see as an outcome of this project is more gains in efficiency. I know I'm here talking to a group about wheat, and this slide says corn on it, but I think it paints an interesting story, and hopefully a story that we'll be able to pull together for Kansas wheat production and wheat production in the United States. So if we start with the green line, that's corn yield, starting in the 1970s, and that corn yield has continued to trend upward. We see some year-to-year variability, but the general trend is more or higher corn yields. The yellow line is N removal per acre by that corn, and that tracks pretty well parallel to the corn yield. The red line is average N application, and so that is also trending upward, not quite as steep as the N removal. But what I really like here is the blue line, and that's our nitrogen use efficiency. That's pounds of N per bushel of grain. And so if we plot a straight line through that, we've gone from somewhere around 1.5 pounds of N per bushel of grain and approaching 0.8 pounds of N per bushel of grain. And so that is a great story, and hopefully a story we'll be able to tell about wheat as well, that we're able to utilize the nitrogen inputs more efficiently. Starting to pull some of those pieces together. This is looking at wheat yield data for the U.S., and wheat yields are trending upward. So that tracks with what we're seeing with corn. Wheat acres trending down through the about 2018, 2019. Saw a peak in 23, 24, a little down. So just, something to be thinking about. We like wheat acres in Kansas. We're the wheat state. So hopefully, and I think, wheat is an important part of our cropping systems. It gives us some different opportunities to bring in different herbicides, break up a corn bean rotation and add some diversity to our systems. And, we look at cover crops for what it adds. We think about a cereal rye, head of soybeans. Wheat adds a lot of those same benefits. So, I think we're gaining, in many cases, if we've got wheat in the rotation, it's not titled a cover crop, but it imparts many of the same benefits. So we'll spend the rest of the presentation thinking about conservation practices, and really at the end of the day, what I think about is how we build resiliency into our systems, how we armor that soil surface, how we keep that soil in place, keep our nutrients in place, because that all has value to our operation. And if we can maximize that, we can realize the benefits. And so, whether it's having residue on the surface to protect it from blowing, picture of a dust storm building, or, large rain event starting a cut and erosion event happening in that field. Tillage didn't help in that case because that, destabilized the soil surface, and we didn't have the roots anchoring that soil and residue in place anymore. And then just a raindrop itself has a lot of force. And so if we've got residue on the soil surface to absorb the energy of that raindrop when it hits, we protect that soil surface, we keep the pores at the surface open, and that allows water to infiltrate. Whereas if that raindrop is hitting bare soil, the soil's absorbing that energy, the soil particles start to break apart, and the small pores at the surface start to fill in, and then we lose our infiltration capacity. I am a firm believer that structural conservation practices are a key part of our conservation systems. We need terraces. If we're farming, we need to have those structural conservation practices to, control the movement of water across our fields, help to break up that or decrease that slope length, and manage the forces of erosion that are always at play. Coupled with that is good residue management, maybe cover crops if there's an opportunity to bring that into your operation. And all of that working together leads to improved soil health and the nutrient cycling that goes with that. I'm sure many of you have seen this definition, but NRCS looks at soil health as the continued capacity of soil to function as a vital living ecosystem and sustain plants, animals, and humans. I think about it a little bit differently. I think about what are the pieces that we have some influence over, and what are the fixed properties that we have to adapt to. And so, as we think about our soil ecosystem, we've got those physical and chemical components. Those are primarily driven by the soil. And then we've got a biological component. The intrinsic properties are those fixed properties that are hard to, we're dealt with what we get. The mineralogy and the texture, we're not going to be able to change those. Those are what we've been handed in that piece of ground, and we've got to figure out, how best to manage that. The dynamic properties, the soil pH, the fertility, we can manage that based on our inputs. Our management decisions impact organic matter, they impact the soil biology, and are responsive to our management. We can see how the decisions that we make impact that soil. And, this just comes together, and, as we think about the principles of soil health, minimizing disturbance, maximizing diversity, maximizing soil cover, and trying to have a living root in the system as much as possible. For a long time, K-State has had a publication out there on the value of BMPs. This was used quite a bit by our watershed restoration and protection strategy groups throughout the 2000s. I show this today to highlight that, as we look at different conservation practices, certainly our structural practices, vegetative filter strips, contour farming, terraces, they play an important role in reducing suspended solids. Think of that as a measure of your sediment or soil that's leaving your field, as well as the nutrients. And so, when we can bring together those structural practices as well as the the management practices, no-till, conservation tillage, we can really realize some positive benefits from improved or incorporating conservation practices into our operations. And I know many of you already have these in place. But as we think about that transition and going from the system that's got, heavy tillage in it to, conservation tillage or no-till, we can continue to see benefits and additional reductions can be gained. When we redid this publication in 2015 and I'm starting to do the background work to redo it again. We redo these about every 10 to 12 years. 2015, we're pretty short on data for cover crops, particularly in no-till. And so this has launched us into some really, I think, informative research at K-State, and I'll share a few highlights from that as we go on. But stepping back just a little bit and thinking about at the base of all of this, soil carbon. We can think about it either as soil carbon or soil organic matter. I'm sure, we all remember it was just a few years ago, it seemed like everybody was getting an email or a knock on their door about this, that, or the other carbon market that was out there. It's been a little quiet in the last few years, but soil carbon is, there are opportunities to monetize it. But it is I think of it as one of those key foundations to understanding, how our management is changing our soils. And so, the cultivation of the prairie, the breaking of the prairie, we lost carbon, and it's now our opportunity to start to rebuild that carbon. And so with that, every time a piece of steel went through that ground, we added air. Air led to oxidation, and carbon was lost as CO2 into the atmosphere. And so this is the classic graph that highlights that. So, looking at about 100-year time frame of agricultural conversion. So you can think 1920s, 1900s, we start to break the prairie, and we see that steady decline with annual tillage. Kind of hit the low point. And then as we've looked at, better conservation practices, bringing, reducing tillage, adding cover crops, we've been able to regain, and there's still opportunities to bring back and build more carbon in our agricultural systems. Will we ever get it back to what that prairie was? Maybe, but it takes a long time, and it's hard. But we can certainly improve many of our soils from where they're at today. What does that mean? Well, it comes into play as we think about plant available water. We can see increased water storage with increased soil organic carbon. That organic matter, that the carbon, the nitrogen, the sulfur, the phosphorus in organic matter, that we can think about as part of our nutrient bank. And as that organic matter naturally cycles, we get some nutrients that we should be taking into account in our nutrient management programs. And so, as we build soil carbon, we're building that bank of nutrient resources. This is some work that's been done. Eric Adee, our agronomist in charge at Topeka River Valley, his producer board, wanted some work done. There's a fair bit of tillage there in the River Valley around Topeka. they had questions about vertical tillage, different tillage intensities, and so Eric started this project, and Deanne Presley and I came in after 10 years. Eric asked us to come in and do some soil assessments, and so what we've got in that graph is starting from the left, we've got no-till, and then the next one was 2 passes in 2 years, and that was 2 passes with a vertical tillage implement. So fairly shallow tillage, not a lot of deep mixing, and not a lot of difference from the no-till. The 3 passes in 2 years, that included a ripping activity. I believe that was after corn, as well as an annual pass with a vertical tillage implement. And then the 4 passes in 2 years was deep ripping and vertical tillage every year. And so we can see that we were able to measure some differences in the total carbon in those 4 systems. So if we think about that as a snapshot in time, there wasn't baseline data on soil carbon for the study, so we have to make the assumption that everything was equal in that field when it started. And so, if we make that assumption, we're gaining about 0.14 tons of carbon per year in no-till compared to that 4 passes of tillage in the 2-year rotation. And so, this just highlights that reducing that tillage or removing it entirely can or does allow an increase in soil carbon. As we think about that soil surface, heavy tillage, certainly we've got bare soil, we've got an unprotected soil surface. We get, ½ inch, an inch of rain, we can see that soil surface start to seal over. I know a few of you have seen me do a rainfall simulation demonstration, that heavily tilled soil pan, if we rain on it for, add ½ an inch of water, does that water make it all the way through the soil in the tilled pan? No, frequently it's just that top inch. And so that force of those raindrops is hitting that surface and it's closing off all the pores. And, if I flip that pan over, the bottom is bone dry. But, frequently in that demonstration in no-till or reduced till, we'll have water that's making it all the way through the pan and being collected in the bucket below, representing water that's infiltrating into our systems. Think about a seed out in that crusted field, it's gonna be harder, and we may see some that don't make it through that crust. So that impacts our germination rate. Depending on the year, we may gain a little bit of an advantage from that soil warming quicker. But, as we get into the hot part of the summer, that warmer soil may not be an advantage to us. Having residue in place, having protection on that surface may actually, and in many cases the research shows, is an important benefit. So what about cover crops? What have we gained or what do we know? Certainly cover crops play an important role in reducing sediment loss, and they're also key to controlling end loss. And I know that this part of the state, I've done some programming around Pretty Prairie, and I know we've got nitrate issues. With the last State Conservation Commission meeting, we were discussing nitrate issues across the state. And so, cover crops are one of the tools in our toolbox to scavenge that residual nitrogen and hopefully allow us to see some utilization of it, as we think about the full cropping system. So this is, work from our long-term cover crop, or our Kansas Agricultural Watershed Field Laboratory. This was started in 2014 as we were working on that BMP pub. We realized we needed to be able to understand, what are our nutrient losses in a no-till system with and without cover crops. And so Dr. Nathan Nelson took the lead on establishing this site. We've got 18 watersheds and a replicated design, and we've been able to capture really some key information that hadn't been available, certainly not in the Midwest, and I would argue, in the U.S. We've been able to show that with cover crops, in a no-till situation, we're able to gain an additional 60 to 70% reduction in sediment loss. And so, if you think about, 50 to 60% gain going from tillage to no-till, and then, another 60 to 70% reduction, in some cases we're well under a quarter ton of soil loss per acre per year. So, we're keeping our soil in the field where it has the most value and out of our streams, lakes, and reservoirs. We've also been able to learn some important information about, how water moves across the field when we add cover crops. We haven't seen a lot of difference in our total runoff with and without cover crops. We've got, 2019 was a wet year. We did see some reduced runoff with the cover crop in that year. 2020 similarly, but the other years we haven't seen a difference. But what we consistently are able to capture is, so the graph on the far right is what we call a hydrograph. And so that is a picture of the water behavior in a watershed. And so the brown line, one that peaks first, that is no cover crop, and so it's what we'd call a flashy event. That runoff event starts quickly, it peaks rapidly, and it tails off pretty quick. So we're not retaining that water very long in the system. That is, we think about that happening on many fields. It contributes to the flash flooding that we can see in our creeks. Where we've added cover crops, we've slowed down the start of that event. The peak runoff is lower, about a third, and that runoff event lasts longer. So the water's got more time in the field. We're not going to get into it today. There's some challenges with dissolved reactive phosphorus, but we're figuring out ways to manage through that. But it just highlights that that with that additional cover crop, we're lowering. I think about that lower peak is also having a lower erosive capacity. Dr. Craig Rosenboom, who's now retired from the Department of Agronomy and working for Kansas Soybean, started a long-term cover crop study in 2007, and when I started with K-State, had an opportunity to become part of this project team. We've done quite a bit of work on, initially it had sorghum in the rotation, and so we were looking at the effects of the different cover crops on nitrogen and nitrogen loss pathways such as nitrous oxide. But had a master's student that started monitoring during the cover crop growing phase. And one of the things that we were able to document, so in the bottom panel of the graph is soil nitrate concentration. And the top line is chem fallow. So we've just controlled for weeds in that after wheat harvest. And so that's residual nitrogen that's sitting in the system after wheat harvest. Where we added double crop soybeans or summer or winter non-legume cover crop, we were able to scavenge that nitrogen, pull it into that cover crop biomass. We never really saw it directly come back out, but we know that it contributed to the overall nutrient pool for the subsequent crops. We also documented that we had lower nitrous oxide emissions because we were reducing that soil nitrate. And so, this just highlights some of those added benefits. We didn't measure leaching losses at that location, but the fact that we can document that we're reducing that soil nitrate, that's nitrate that's not subsequently available to be leached out of the soil profile as well. And so, there's been some larger papers looking at these management practices. This one just pulls together data on N leaching. If we put all the management practices together, we can see, about more than 40% effect on nitrate leaching. If we look at some of those specific practices, water management can have a really large impact on nitrate leaching. This comes into play in irrigated systems. If we're overwatering, we can be pushing that nitrate out of the soil profile. Fertilizer management certainly plays an important role. Having the right rate, the right time, and we'll talk about those 4 R's here in a minute. Cover crop use and fertilizer technologies all have a positive effect on reducing nitrate leaching. So, as we think about nutrient management, I really like the framework of the 4 R's. This came out in the late 90s, early 2000s. And so it's a framework to think about how we manage nutrients in our agricultural systems. And so those 4 R's are the right source, applied at the right rate, at the right time, in the right place. And so if we put this in a framework for wheat systems, we think about it from a source standpoint, use of anhydrous ammonia near planting. I think in our spring crops, I think that, that can be, plays a role. I think we do need to take some caution, and this came up in conversations after the program yesterday. I think we do need to be cautious if we're using anhydrous ahead of wheat, particularly in a really dry year like this. There's some evidence of better than 50% of that anhydrous being lost out of our wheat systems within the day of application. Fertilizer stabilized with nitrification inhibitors, volatilization inhibitors, slow release products, that all factors into, coming up with the right source. As we think about rate, we've got to be able to calculate what is the right rate for our soil productivity. Key to that is going to be soil testing. We've got to know what we've got in the bank to start, and then taking appropriate credits. So if you've had a prior legume, taking a credit for that legume. If you do happen to irrigate your wheat, knowing if you've got nitrates in your irrigation water and taking that into account as part of your nitrogen budget. If you are incorporating manure, giving it an adequate value. I like manure in our systems. I think there's some really positive benefits. I like it from the standpoint of part of my phosphorus program. And so I would encourage anybody utilizing manure to apply it on a phosphorus-based rate. And then, I hear frequently, I've got concerns, is that N going to be available when I need it? Well, if you're applying it from a phosphorus standpoint, you'll need to add additional commercial N to make up for that. And I think that helps to offset some of the risk with utilizing manure. Again, the soil testing is key. Understanding your local system, and Dr. Deepak Joshi, our precision ag specialist, will be here later today talking about some of the variable rate and precision ag technologies. So we think about timing, and I know many of you from a wheat standpoint already do split N application, but not having all of that nitrogen out in the fall when the plant's just getting started, we can really see some efficiency gains in our nitrogen utilization with that spring green up application, and reducing the risk of that N being lost throughout the winter. Placement, broadcast, we know that's easy. We get the nitrogen or the P out there. But if it's just sitting on the soil surface, if it's a heavy residue situation, we know that we can have ammonia volatilization. We know it can be subject to runoff losses. So, maybe thinking, if you absolutely have to do broadcast, thinking about tillage to get some incorporation. This also comes into play in understanding your soil pH and making sure that you're managing that soil pH. Injection, banding, subsurface placement, variable rating N or P in your fields. If we bring all of these pieces together, and here at the bottom is just some other considerations, but monitoring and scheduling, use of cover crops, crop growth simulation models, thinking about when does that application make the most sense. These can all come together for improved nitrogen efficiency. And so as we think about some of those nitrogen loss pathways that affect efficiency, the four big ones are volatilization, denitrification, leaching, and immobilization. And we've collectively have been working on this. How do we minimize those losses and maximize the utilization of N? These are a few slides from our statewide fertility trials. Dorvar Ruiz-Diaz, our state fertility specialist, leads these efforts, and many of us, Romulo and I and others, are part of the team working on these. But what we've got here in the blue line is a nitrogen response curve for our base, what we've set as our base operation, and that's urea broadcast. And then we'll look at different product placements, sources, products with different additives, such as a UAN streamed with urease and nitrification inhibitor. And, depending on how that product behaves, we can hopefully document, and what our long-term goal is to get, fairly specific efficiency factors developed. But that red dot is above and to the left of the line. And so, if we draw that over, that represents, 20-pound advantage of that, what we'd call enhanced efficiency product. And, we've looked at a range of these. Super U broadcast at different times, UAN plus MBT and a nitrification inhibitor. So MBT is a urease inhibitor, urea, and UAN. Coupled with that, for wheat, we also look at the protein component, and we see where we've got enhanced efficiency from a yield standpoint. We're also seeing some advantages with higher protein. And so, just really highlights that we can can see some efficiency gains, and Romulo will talk a bit about the new nitrogen rate or the new nitrogen recommendations. Understanding that soil profile nitrogen is really key. This is just pulling from studies across the state, our 0N plots, and looking at, is there a response curve to fall soil profile nitrate? And yes, I mean, in some cases, there's certainly more than enough profile nitrogen. I think our highest is close to 200 pounds to the acre profile N, but we're probably hitting that yield just based on what's in the profile. So we've got years that we may not need to apply if we understand what's in the soil. The volatilization piece, we've been working on that. Low residue situation on the left, days after application, not a lot of difference, maybe a slight advantage with the urea and MBPT, but in that heavy residue situation, we really see those separate. And, there's some reports in the literature, urea prill, applied into heavy residue, we get enough humidity or a light rain to start dissolving that prill. We can see, the highest I've seen reported is around a 50% loss through volatilization. Here they were observing close to a 20% loss. Adding that urease inhibitor just adds protection, gives time for an incorporating rainfall event to get that nitrogen moved into the soil before it's out of the urea form. I also looked here at UAN and ATS. I know Dorvar's gotten questions over the years. Does ATS prevent volatilization? It certainly, the data shows here it helped some. Somewhere in between UAN without a urease inhibitor. And so, the gold standard would be adding a urease inhibitor. I put that all in the context of, we want to make sure that we do have the right rate, and we've taken our yield potential into consideration, because if we don't have enough nitrogen out there, we can leave yield on the table, and we can lower the protein value. So here in this study, no nitrogen versus 100-pound rate, about 16 bushels and approximate value of $80 left on the table if nitrogen hadn't been applied. And so as we look at what we can do from a management in season, volatilization, forms we're going to see the most challenges with are urea and anhydrous. Urease inhibitor, maybe thinking about a different end source, slow release urea, or placement from a management perspective. Denitrification comes into play with nitrate. Nitrification inhibitor, thinking about alternate end sources, slow release urea. Placement to some extent, but we've seen less effect there. Leaching, similar set of management operations, and immobilization, particularly in heavy residue situations, we've got to get that nitrogen placed below the soil surface. And so if we're bringing this all together and thinking about all of those 4 R's and addressing them, we can really gain for our nutrient stewardship and maximize our production and our value of those fertilizer inputs. I'll just highlight here as well, this is something that's been observed, over the last, 10 to 20 years as we've started to study no-till, long-term no-till systems more. All three of these nitrogen products produce a hydrogen ion in their chemical reactions. And so we're adding acidity with these nitrogen products to our soil. And so, as we think about, relative yield in response to soil pH, that near neutral soil pH is really where we want to be to maximize our yield. Once we go start getting into the fives, even the upper side of the fives, we're starting to lose some relative yield. Wheat, certainly by the time we're below 5.5, we've lost 20 to 35 of our relative yield, and so. As we think about this and we look at some of the other nutrients here, really our nutrient availability of our major nutrients, NPK, sulfur, is really optimized in that 6.2 to 7.3 range. Phosphorus availability becomes limited once we're below 6.2. And so I know this part of the state has dealt with that quite a bit, and we've got, I've got some work around Mound Ridge, and we've observed pHs as low as 4.5 there. That's certainly going to affect, availability of all of the major nutrients. Colleague Brian Arnold at Oklahoma State just recently published a paper. They looked at some of their long-term wheat trials, no-till wheat, and at the highest N rates. So just to set up this graph, we've got soil pH across the, going from right to left, from 4 to about 7. They also looked at extractable aluminum. We won't get into that today. And then decreasing soil depth in each of the panels for the locations. The highest N rate in all of these studies, and as N rate increased in all of these studies, we decreased soil pH. And most pronounced right at the near surface of the soil. In the case of Perkins at 168 pounds of N, that soil pH was pushed well below 5. And we've seen this in some work here in Kansas as well. We've seen it in our long-term cover crop study. Augustino Bohr, soil scientist at Harries, recently published this work. They looked at conventional till and no-till. As N rate increases under both a tillage and a no-till situation, pH decreased, but it was most pronounced in that no-till in that top 2 inches. We decreased pH on the 2 to 6 inch depth, but not a lot of difference between the tilled and the no-till. We really see that difference in that near surface. So, as you're thinking about your soil sampling, taking some 0 to 3 inch samples if you're in no-till and understanding your soil pH, I think will really benefit your nutrient management program. Just as we pull this all together, the programs that come to mind that fit in this National Fish and Wildlife Foundation project, examples would be NRCS 340, their cover crop program, certainly, helps to build soil carbon and nutrient cycling, protects that soil surface, can help with some improved water storage for our future crops. Residue or no-till, that's NRCS Practice Code 390, residue and tillage management. We can work on building soil carbon, add some filtering and buffering capacity, protects that soil from erosion, and hopefully, as we build that no-till, we see, improved crop production. And then 4R nutrient management falls under NRCS 590 nutrient management. Just some real opportunities there to improve nutrient use efficiency, minimize our environmental impact, and build a healthy soil system. So collectively out of this project, the team here, we want to help tell the story and document the good work that you are doing over the next 4 years of the project. We're here to provide assistance and help you enroll in the conservation programs that are available, and out of that, hopefully have some key stories and successes to report, on reducing tillage, planting cover crops, and 4R nutrient management. So we all look forward to working with you and sharing in your success. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, and I'll be around through lunch today. So look forward to visiting with you all.
Okay, folks, good morning. Great to be here with you today. The topic that I wanted to call my presentation here today was Make Wheat Profitable Again. Now, no political statement there, but I just thought it was a cool name. And also, I thought it was a challenging one because we're just coming out of such a tough wheat season, right? If we think back of things that went right and things that went wrong this last season, right, I think that we started off actually in pretty good shape. There was good fall moisture out there. The crop got good emergence and good stand establishment as well. And we're actually, we had kind of like above average temperatures in the fall. So we had a good amount of tillering that happened during the fall. And we got to December with a really good, really decent crop. So I think we were actually pretty hopeful, right? After a couple of tough seasons there, we were very hopeful that this was going to be the one. They were going to recover a little bit on the wheat side there. Well, but from then is really when things kind of went downhill, right? The winter was just dry and warm. Temperatures 4 to 6 degrees or so throughout the winter. As we got to late March and into April, continued to be dry, right? With a few exceptions, we got a few rain showers here and there. For the most part, the state we didn't, right? And so we continued dry, and then temperatures really kicked up, right? We had April was there were parts of the state that were up to about 10 degrees above average in terms of temperatures. So a couple of things that did. So once, for one, we are in a phase or a time of the year when the wheat crop is really increasing its water demand, right? In the spring, really needs more water there as the biomass increases. And well, there's simply no water there, right? And the temperature also sped up crop development. So things were at one point in time, what were you guys thinking here in the region? How far along were we compared to your normal wheat development, say mid-May or early May? Ahead, yep, ahead. That really defines it. We're thinking, about 4 weeks ahead of schedule or so, sometime in April there. So the crop was ahead of schedule kind of through that late winter and into spring. And then what happens there is that, well, we have freeze risks, right? We got a freeze in mid to late March. That freeze actually hurt a lot of the crop in north central, northwest Kansas. We saw a lot of biomass just really being peeled back, and a lot of tillers die off from that freeze in March. Then we had a freeze in mid-April that actually hurt more of a central part of the state. We had a lot of white heads out there, and heads were partially damaged from that freeze that we had in mid-April. And then we had another freeze in early May. Probably didn't get you guys here anymore. The crop was too far ahead by that point in time. But northwest Kansas actually got hurt by that freeze in early May there. So again, we went from a really decent crop to a crop where we now are drought stressed, freeze damaged, hail damaged as well, because whatever moisture came kind of was also with hail, right? So there was quite a bit of hail damage out there. And then when it's time to cut, wouldn't stop raining, right? So kind of everything that could go wrong with this crop seems like it went. And I was just discussing with Aaron here yesterday and today again. 193 million bushels produced in the state, the lowest since 1963, right? It's kind of tough to do any worse than that, right? And so at least the horizon seems good, right? At least we should go up from here, hopefully. But again, a lot of things that just went wrong. And so, we need to be thinking, how can we make more profit out of a crop, right? And of course, the weather conditions are going to dictate a lot of our potential and how much we can actually push. But in the meantime, what are some of the things that we can be thinking about and maybe doing in our farm and try to make a bit more profit out of there. So I have two major projects that I want to touch base on. That one of them is the one that Aaron just described before, and then Ted here talked a little bit as well as our point person for this project, right, funded through NFWF. And again, this is to help bring more acres to more dollars per acre to you, right? If there are opportunities out there that you can actually enroll your acres and improve your farm in the meantime, right, we want to help you tap into those. I was actually talking to a farmer a couple of years back that when we were actually putting this project together, he was a big supporter of us putting this project, because his words were that the year before he had made more money through these programs in his farm than actually farming. So that's the size of the opportunity that we have out there. We just need to know where to look for and how to get a hold of those, right? And this project is not linked to, NRCS or anything like this. Those opportunities are there. We want to help you tap into them. But also there's a lot of private programs out there. I was in a program that Jeff put together a couple of days ago, and they had a flyer there from a regenerative ag program by ADM that is out there. They were paying up to $20 an acre if you're putting a cover crop, right? And so that money is there. We just need to find and tap into it. And again, with Ted and another person that we're just now finalizing the hire, we want to facilitate that for you, right? We want to have those point contact that if you don't know how to sit down and enroll and all of these, we want to have that support, right? So that's one of the projects, and Peter already highlighted a lot of the opportunities there as well. So that's one of them. The other project that I'm really excited with as well is one that, I want to go back to this slide here, is one that we're really trying to change the way that we're doing our wheat agronomy research at K-State. So historically, we've done a lot of what you see in the photo here, right? This small plot research. And this is very important. We're not going to stop that. But what we want to move towards really is more of a farmer-centric type of research, working with growers, trying to identify opportunities in their own fields that we can fine-tune a few practices at the same time, right? And just compare, okay, what's the grower doing today the rest of the field. And how can we, based on soil sample analysis, leaf tissue nutrient concentration, yield maps, soil variability, and everything, how can we fine-tune and try to make more yield and more profit out of this wheat crop, right? So we're establishing this grower network of on-farm research where the goal is, again, make wheat more profitable, right? That's what we want to do out there. So with that, what I had planned here today, I'm going to provide a little bit of background on just some examples of the things we have been doing and how this builds into this network of farmer-led research that we're having, and also a little bit of the background on kind of where that idea came from. I recently spent about 5 months in Australia doing a sabbatical, and out there they do a lot of research where farmers and crop consultants are involved from the beginning. They sit down researchers, put the idea together, say, here, these are problems that I have, how can we solve that? And I thought that was so impactful because the farmers were helping develop the idea, or actually even helping develop the solution a lot of those times. And the researchers were there to kind of fine-tune how we test that and how we bring this new information, right? And so a little bit of background there. This, what we're looking at here, kind of builds it from a few years back. What we're seeing in green is all the wheat area across the state. What we're seeing in yellow, each one of those points are fields, right, commercial fields that we sat down with the farmers and we try to collect information about their management and about their yield levels as well. So this is more or less what it looked like as we were collecting that data. Think about this, each of these columns being an individual field where a farmer grew wheat in the previous year there. And so we were getting information about sowing date, variety selection, seeding rate, nitrogen management, fungicide management, all other fertility and pesticides and so on, and grain yield, right? So in the end, we developed this database of almost 700 fields across the state where we have all this management information and the grain yield associated with that as well. And to give you an idea of the range in yield that we're working with here in this database, you have here in the bottom the grain yield levels, right? And what we're looking in the left-hand side, or the size of the bars, is kind of the frequency of that yield level. So essentially, we have here a few fields on the 5 to 20 or 30 bushels per acre range. Most of the fields were in that 40 to 80 bushel range, averaging about 57, and then all the way to about 100, 105 bushels per acre. That's the range of yields that we got when we were doing this survey that we did over 3 years. And a couple of things that I really like about these types of surveys. So one is kind of really getting a snapshot of how are you guys managing your wheat crop today. What's the range in nitrogen rates that we have out there, the range in seeding rates, just understanding how is the Kansas farmer, right, on average, managing their crop. But more than that is what management is more associated with higher yields, right? If we have all of these commercial fields out there, what are the highest yielding fields doing? And then how does that contrast with what are the lowest yielding fields doing? And then going one step further is kind of putting a profit there as well. So what we've done, since we had kind of all of the basic information on how those crops were managed, we're able to put a cost of production associated with each input and each operation that was done in that field, and also grain yield and the grain price that was received by that in that average in that region, right? Kind of like how much revenue was actually coming in the farm. So we're able to put a crop budget for each one of these fields that we're working with and start to looking at that. And this graph to me here is very highlighting. It's so simple and so obvious, but when we look at it and we see what's going on, it kind of really jumps at you that you need yield to make money, right? What we're looking at here is the grain yield in the bottom and your profit. So how much you actually take home in terms of profit in the end of the season. And it's a pretty straight line, right? So meaning, again, it's very simple. You need yield to make money. No secret there, right? If you look at that red line, that's your break-even point. So essentially, on average, we're needing about 45 bushels per acre to break even, right? If we're below that, we're not making any money. At least in those 3 years when we did this survey, if we were below, those fields that were yielding below 45 bushels per acre, we're not making any money there. Now, the other thing that I like about these is you look at that line, but there's quite a bit of variability about the line as well, right? So you have, for example, if you look at the 60 bushel mark and you look up, you have fields that are making $100 an acre in profit, and you have fields that are just breaking even. So that's what I'm interested in. What's the difference, right? For that given yield level, what are growers that are making more money doing versus those that are making less money for the same yield level? So the first question that we have here is, okay, is it related to input cost? Do we need to invest more in the crop and that way make more money? And if you look at that, it's quite the scatter. It's quite the scatter. Maybe, we look at that black line, it's kind of going up, so there's some relation there. The fields that are kind of putting more money in the crop, maybe making more profit as well, but that scatter is so huge that to me this shows opportunity. Show opportunity to learn where we should be investing and where we shouldn't be investing, right? In other words, we don't need to put a lot of money in the crop to make a lot of money. We just need to put it in the right place, right? We need to spend the money where we need for that particular field in that particular season. I heard an agronomist that say one time that the best money that the farmer makes is the money that they don't spend in what they don't need, right? So this is money that you keep in your pocket, right? So that's kind of where we're going with this project, is how can we make more yield, because that's what drives your profit, and at the same time being more efficient with our production costs. So again, very simple message, right? We need yield to make profit, and we can be efficient with our production costs in terms of how we get there. So let's take a quick look here and just highlight a couple of major practices that from this survey were interesting to look at. The first one, and kind of because of the size of these stakes in our budget, is nitrogen. And so what we're looking at here is simply the nitrogen rate that was applied in those fields based on region, north central Kansas, you guys there in south central Kansas, and then western Kansas. And then your light purple bar, these are low yielding fields. So in that region, south central Kansas, how much nitrogen were those lower yielding fields applying? That's on average there about 80, 85 pounds or so. And what are the high yielding fields applying? It was a good difference, about 30 pounds or so more nitrogen being applied on average in high yielding fields than in low yielding fields. Again, this is just based on yield, right? Breaking down by yield and seeing what are higher yielding fields doing, what are lower yielding fields doing. Now, to me, what's interesting here as well is then to look at the profit, right? That's what we're all about. So the next question is, if we're putting more nitrogen out, are we making more money, right? And when we look at this, we're kind of putting a third factor there, which is our water availability, because we're in a dry, predominantly dry region, right? The water drives kind of it all. And so that slope is pretty much dollars per acre for every inch of water that you had available. The blue line, they are fields that were applying low amounts of nitrogen. The red line are average amounts of nitrogen, and then the green line, they are high amounts of nitrogen. And overall, the green line and the red line, they're kind of towards the top of that blue, right? They're a little bit ahead. That would suggest, okay, average or higher nitrogen rates were producing a bit more profit out there. But they're fairly close, right? I don't know that this is very convincing to me at this point. So the next factor that we looked at is, okay, if the total amount of nitrogen, it's not really separating as clearly, what about the nitrogen balance in those fields? So when I talk about nitrogen balance, what I mean is how much that crop in that year needed and how much did it take off versus how much did we put in it, right? So how close were we from matching that crop demand? So when we look at this, then it's quite interesting. The blue line, which are fields with a low nitrogen balance, meaning that growers in those fields were very close to their crop demand. So if a nitrogen balance is 0, it means that the amount of crop that was the amount of nitrogen that was offtake was very close to the amount of nitrogen that was put there, right? That's a low nitrogen balance. That's when the profit really separates here, right? So kind of trying to match your crop demand for nitrogen in that season with how much you're actually putting out is really what was driving more profits here. So again, it's about being efficient with the inputs, right? Not necessarily putting more out there, but being efficient. We don't want to be very low on our nitrogen balance either, because then you start mining your organic matter, right? And Peter was just talking here about the importance of the soil organic carbon and whatnot. So we don't want to be on the negative, but if we are too far off, if we're putting too much nitrogen out, which is what the green line is doing, so that green line and those green points, they are points that the grower applied a lot more nitrogen than what the crop took off. Those are the lowest profit, and the separation was fairly clear. So that brings me to just a couple of comments that I wanted to make here on K-State's new and updated nitrogen recommendations, right? So Peter did a great job covering all of the 4 Rs and the losses and typical yield gains that we have there in the nitrogen curve. What I wanted to go over here is just I want to walk with you over new K-State recommendations. So we changed our older recommendations for wheat and nitrogen management here to account for fertilizer efficiency and to account for the soil type where you're farming as well. So if you remember, and if you've been using K-State recommendations before, our recommendations used to be 2.4 pounds of nitrogen per bushel of yield goal that you had. And then from there, you'd remove a lot of the nitrogen credits that you may have had, whether it was soil profile nitrogen, whether it was the amount of organic matter that you had and how much that organic matter is going to bring to the crop or a previous crop, right? Here, that 2.4 factor is what we broke it down to account for what fertilizer type you're using and what soil type you're farming as well. So up there is kind of what that formula looks like now. It's kind of our updated formula. You don't see that 2.4 anymore, but you see a few efficiency factors there that we're breaking down here, right? So essentially what it tells you is the amount of nitrogen that you need is going to be a factor of the first efficiency here, which is you have your wheat internal efficiency. So essentially, how many pounds of nitrogen does the wheat need to take up to convert into a bushel? And that's 1.45. We looked at a lot of historical data from research that we have done at K-State over the years, and that 1.45 is fairly consistently, meaning that it needs to take about 1.45 pounds of N to make a bushel. Then we have a fertilizer efficiency, right? So kind of depending on which is your fertilizer source and which is your fertilizer timing, right? That Peter really highlighted, the ones that are more efficient, the ones that are less efficient. We have those two factors, either a 0.65 or a 0.55. Again, kind of depending on your fertilizer source and your fertilizer timing as well. So if you're broadcasting everything in the fall, and it's going to be a lower efficiency than if you're split applying with UAN later in the spring, for example. And then there's a soil efficiency factor as well. Oh, sorry. Then there is a yield goal, right? There's expected yield still there. So that yield goal that you have for that field. And then there's this soil efficiency, right? Which is kind of like if you're in a nice silt loam soil that is not very prone to losses, we don't consider any loss. I mean, you just consider a factor of 1, thinking that there might not be many losses there. Whereas if you're in a higher risk situation, coarse textured soil, or as we move into eastern Kansas, then we need to penalize it a little bit. Now it can look a little bit complicated, but it's quite simple. So let's just work over one example here, and just to show how it changes over the time, over this last update here. So let's say that we have an expected yield of 60 bushels per acre for that particular field. We're sitting on 40 pounds of N in the profile, right? That's what we had there as sowing. 2% organic matter, no manure, previous crop of wheat, and in a soil that is not very prone to losses, right? If we are doing a fall applied urea, for example, right? What that would give is that 1.45, which is that internal efficiency, so that's not going to change, of the crop. Then we have an efficiency factor of 0.55 to account that that's not a very efficient way to manage your fertilizer. Then we have our yield goal of 60 bushels per acre. We're accounting for, that one just accounts for the losses in the soil, which this we're considering is not very large. 40 units of nitrogen available at planting. And then each % of organic matter, we're assuming that's going to release about 10 pounds of N to that wheat crop. Different for summer crops, but to wheat crops, we're assuming it's about 10 units per %. So that comes back with a recommendation of 98 pounds of nitrogen per acre. And if urea, I think that these prices, I mean, they're not, of course, local. I was trying to get some updated prices, but I think you guys are able to get cheaper than these, right? What's a pound of urea? What's your pound of nitrogen costing? 80 cents. Yeah, so 80 cents if you're doing urea is going to be a little bit lower than that, right? But then you can put your cost there and see how it shakes off. Now, if you're doing a more efficient management of your fertilizer, right? The only change that we have is this 55 factor becomes a 65, a bit more efficient, which will, everything else maintain the same, recommend a lower nitrogen rate because of the higher efficiency of the fertilizer. And what's the price of UAN here in terms of per unit of N? Anybody has an idea? If urea is 80, does it change much?
80, 75, 80.
So you can consider about the same price, right? So disconsider the prices that are used there, but you get the idea, right? If you're needing 24 units less of N, that's your savings on N, just because of choosing a different source and or a different timing. So again, opportunity to fine-tune our management there. Of course, the expected yield is still a big factor, right? How do we know what the expected yield is going to be? How do we put a yield goal? It's still a huge challenge. We have projects working on that. I actually have a student right now who is working on, he collected over the years a lot of nitrogen trials that we've done. And essentially what we're doing is, if we go from sowing and we get all the weather data in that year, right? All the way into the time when we're triggering that nitrogen application, few months, right? Between October through maybe February or something. What's the yield potential of the crop based on that weather to date? And then we do about 30 to 50 years of past weather data to have an idea from then how does our yield potential spreads based on, for that location, historical weather data, right? We're trying to see how that goes. So far it seems pretty promising, but there's still a big range in yield potentials that we can have. Okay, coming back to the profitable project here. Another example, just fodder. Yes.
Quick question before you move from that.
Yes.
The NRCS nutrient management program has been using the K-State's recommendations for that nutrient management plan through NRCS. Are they going to be using these new formulas now, or do you know?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would think so, right? If they're using K-State, they should, right? Peter would be a better.
They've already started using the new racks. So.
Yeah, great question. Yeah. So coming back to that profitable project, right, that we're doing, profitable wheat project, here's just another example, very similar to what we looked at nitrogen, but looking at the fungicide end of things, right? Lower yielding fields versus higher yielding fields. In that survey, much more frequently, those higher yielding fields were putting out a fodder fungicide, right? Sometimes from 30 to 80% difference in terms of how often that fungicide was applied in high yielding fields versus low yielding fields. Now, does it mean that fungicide is always going to be profitable? No. Kelsey's right there. She's got the next talk, and she's going to go into a lot of details on this, keeping me in check here on what I say on the fungicides, right? But she's going to go a lot more details. Not always that we're going to need a fungicide. But again, in the years that we did these surveys, we had 2 wet years and 1 dry year. The high-yielding fields were usually using a fodder fungicide out there, much more frequently than the low-yielding fields. From the profit perspective, right, you have those 2 lines. The blue one are the one with fodder fungicide. The red ones are the ones without a fodder fungicide. And the slope is pretty similar, so how efficient we're being in making money per unit of water didn't change, but the blue line is above the red line, right? So you have a separation there of how profitable those fields were from putting a fodder fungicide out there. And then we can do this for a number of practices, right? This is an example for tillage. Not a lot of difference there in no-till and conventional till in terms of the profit that we're seeing from those fields. There may be a lot of other advantages on the conservation side, but on the profit, they were fairly similar. In terms of previous crop for this region, you want to compare kind of the green line with the blue line, the green line being wheat after soybeans, the green line being, the blue line being wheat after wheat or after a previous corn crop. Pretty similar again, so not a lot of spread, maybe the soybean being a bit more a lower profit out there. We have a lower yield potential as well if we're pushing wheat after soybeans. And this is just considering the wheat phase, right? It's not considering the whole rotation, so that's an important consideration there. Seeding rate, again, maybe differentiating a little bit towards higher rainfall environments there. Seed treatments as well, differentiating more as we go towards more higher rainfall environments. And seed treatment is another thing that Kelsey might talk a little bit more in detail in terms of when it comes to the different active ingredients and everything and options that we have. But again, this is just an overview of what we can learn from this type of data. So what we're going to do, right? What I mentioned in the beginning that we were wanting to really switch a little bit on how we're doing this agronomic research and getting to these recommendations to you guys. So what we're coming up with now is what we're calling a profitable yield frontier network. Okay, it needs to be profitable. So it's right there, right? We want to make money. But we saw that to make money, we need yield. So we want to be at that frontier of yield as well. So how can we make the most yield being as efficient as we can in our input? That's the overall objective of this project out here. And we have a couple of fellows out there that I'd like to have on the presentation to acknowledge. The first one on top, Kenton Parker, he's an Australian who I was working with when I was out there earlier this year. And he works a lot with his growers in terms of doing this, right? Developing those ideas together, going out to the field and testing them. So want to credit them because I did see a lot of things there that I thought was exciting and we could bring back to Kansas wheat and do something similar here. And then Patricio in the bottom, he's from Nebraska. He's a corn and soybean specialist in Nebraska. And he has a similar kind of network where he's doing for very high yielding irrigated corn and soybeans, 100 bushel soybeans, 300 bushel corn that they are working with. And he's working with these growers to really try and fine tune what each grower is doing in their operation to see if we can either bring it from 100 to 105 bushels soybean or make more money, right? So that's kind of the project that he has. So kind of between these two folks, I really need to credit the idea of what we're wanting to kick off and do here because I kind of mixed both of what they're doing. And so essentially what we want to do is, again, we're going to create this network. Growers, maybe some crop consultants who might be interested in participating in this, right? And this network will be people who's really interested in, okay, let's try and go out and make some money out of this, right? How can we make more yield and be more efficient with our inputs? Now, once we identify these, what we want to do is we want to do large-scale farm trials, right? So if you're a grower and you're interested in doing this, what we would do is we'd sit down with you, go over your systems. Okay, well, I have wheat after wheat and I have wheat after soybeans. Those two fields will require different fine-tuning for us to make more money, right? Because of their rotation. So the idea is, okay, well, let's look at your soil test values. Let's look at any yield history that you may have had and tell me what's your current management on this field, what you're planning to do. And then we will maybe tweak 2 or 3 very simple things that we think we're going to put some numbers in the background and we're going to say, okay, well, I think if we tweak this, and this, we might be able to bring an extra X dollars per acre, right? But again, it's going to be field specific. So a grower maybe that we do somewhere in Sedgwick County might be changing completely different things than a grower that we do in Sumner County, really because it's going to be their own particular field, right? And what we want to do is then circle back with this network on a meeting that's going to be for the network only, where we're going to, again, brainstorm and discuss. So here's what we learned last year, right? These are the differences that we found, some of the things that we tweaked, and how it came out, with the hopes that you can use that information and improve profit in your farm, right? In fields that are similar. But then more important, bounce ideas back and forth, grower to grower and grower to the researchers involved in this. And say, okay, well, now what do we do next year? If we already brought it up a little bit, right, in terms of profit, what can we further fine-tune now and try and make even more profit? So that's kind of the idea. We want to have a network of people who are really love working with wheat, which I think between myself, the Wheat Commission there with Aaron and others, we're really big in this. And just bring these brains together and kind of brainstorm together, how do we go to this next frontier? So again, the idea here is, can we try and be more like that profitable wheat frontiers, right? The growers who are in the top of profit for each yield level, as opposed to being on that average or even in the lower end. So to do this, we have all this data that I shared with you. We also are sitting on a huge database from the National Wheat Yield Contest, right? So I'm part of this committee here, and so we have close to 1,500 fields over the years across the entire US, where these fields were entered in the yield contest, so they're pretty, overall, very high yielding. For Kansas, the average yield there is about 92 bushels per acre, dry land, right? So that's the average yield of those fields. So what we are doing now, again, is taking a look at the Kansas data and try to understand how those growers are managing. If they're able to get those very high yields, what are their management practices? I started this is in metric, but this is just an example, right? This is like fields that were entering the yield contest, their yield levels, sowing dates, row spacing, nitrogen pre-plant and nitrogen during season and all of that. So we have all this data on how fields in yield contests were managed. That's kind of their distribution in the state. And what we want to do again is get the data that we have from previous research, including these yield contests here, brainstorm ideas of what could make it more profitable and higher yielding. Then sit down kind of on a one-on-one setting with each grower that we're going to work with in this network. And also, once we do this one-on-one, kind of sit down together as a group in the end of the season to brainstorm what went right and what went wrong. But again, analyzing each field individually based on whatever history you have. We would be collecting soil samples as well, so we can make some of those decisions in those fields. We'll be collecting, hopefully just figuring that out, but water at planting and water at harvest, so we can get a water balance of that field. A lot of things we're trying to collect here. But really more importantly, discuss these opportunities, right? What do you think can make more money here in your farm? What does our data show? And what can we test together, right? It's really within what works for the farmer, because we know you guys are all busy, right? And adding one extra thing, it needs to be valuable for you. And it needs to be something that can be done with your equipment and with the resources that you have out there, right? So that's the idea. And then we'll have these meetings every year. Go back, do large-scale on-farm trials, and then come back in this circle, right? We'll have at least a couple of students who will be full-time dedicated to these, who will be going out and communicating with the farmer. Hey, we're going there today to make some measurements and things like this. Amanda here, she's going to start her master's with us this coming spring, so she's going to be one of the students involved in here. And then 3 or 4 undergrad students, they're going to be part-time involved. But again, the idea is to have this very close one-to-one communication, myself, Kelsey, and others involved in the project, to make those decisions as best as we can and try to make more profit out of that wheat field. So I'm pulling up this QR code here, and what it does, it takes you to a very simple 6-question page online that just pretty much just asks for who you are, and if you're interested in receiving more information about being part of this network, we'll follow up on that. But again, it's very simple, just kind of who you are, where you farm, what's your typical rotation, and then your contact info, right? And what we want to do here is create this network of people who are excited with wheat and that are looking forward to perhaps making more money out of the wheat crop here, working together on this 101, putting these thoughts on how we're going to do this research, and then going out and testing at the field level. We have Deepak here, Deepak Joshi. He's an extension precision ag specialist with K-State. And he's also involved in the project. So he's going to talk to us here in a little bit and in all the exciting stuff he's doing with drones and satellites and everything. So again, we want to bring value to you. And that may be from a precision ag perspective as well, right? That's why we're doing these on large scale plots. So again, folks, if you're interested, just sign up. Now, don't use a scanning app to open this. The other day I was in a meeting and a lady, she was trying to sign up and he was asking for her credit card. I said, I don't want your credit card information. That's not me, right? So that was she was trying to use a scanning app. So that was just your camera. Just open your camera and it should bring you to the web page. If you have any troubles, just reach out to me and we can help you with that. Very good. So those are kind of a couple projects that are major things that are going on now that we're kicking off and trying to help you guys make more money out of that, the wheat phase. I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. Aaron, how are we on time? I know that we started a bit later, but...
Yeah, maybe we should take a break right now.
Okay.
Before you switch gears.
Okay, that sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, so let's take a break here, folks. There's some... There's still donuts on the back, coffee, water, and so on. And again, if you have any questions here, feel free to reach out. Appreciate your interest there. So thank you.
sure this works. How are we doing? Good? Should we get started, or do we have some folks that are still working their way back in?
Go ahead.
Okay, sounds good. So we ready to talk about diseases? Yeah? Right before lunch? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I know we're getting close to lunch, right? And the lights are a little dim here. But we're going to talk about some disease management here. And I went along the kind of the similar theme to Romulo, right? Thinking about our crop protection inputs, right? What we're putting in to manage disease on our farms, right? But in terms of maybe prioritizing profit and, making some of those decisions that actually can affect the bottom line here. So we're going to talk about a few different things. We're going to talk about wheat streak mosaic management. We're going to talk about fungicide management. And we're going to talk a little bit about seed treatments, right? And prioritizing some of those seed treatment inputs here. Okay? Now, the two diseases I'm going to really focus in on, right, are wheat streak mosaic complex. Anybody heard of it? Anyone had any issues, right? So again, a hot topic, a disease that's really been kind of eating our lunch here across Kansas over the last couple of seasons, right? And so there are some things we can do here. I'm competing with someone in the back here, but yeah, no problem about that. I do that kind of thing all the time. And we're also going to talk about stripe rust, right? So last year we escaped a stripe rust here, right? We were just a little too dry through the spring, but over the last several seasons, right, we've had some years where it's been pretty devastating to our wheat yields here, right? But I really cannot go away from you today without talking about wheat streak mosaic management and giving us some really timely reminders about what we can do, because really most of the things we can do to manage this complex of viruses happen right now. Right? This is the only time. You really can't do anything in season. We really have to make these decisions during this time of the season, right? So just as a reminder, so this is actually a field that was devastated by wheat streak mosaic in 2025. That's in Norton County, Kansas, right? So you can see that field was pretty toasted, and that was taken by my colleague Lucas Hagg out there. But that represented what about a 10-mile radius looked like in that part of the state, right? Just completely smoked to the ground, right? Didn't head out. And that's really how bad it can get. And we saw that play out across the state in many, many counties in 2025, and we had a pretty bad year again last year in 2026, right? It was a little bit shadowed by the drought, right? So we did get a lot of samples coming through. We saw a lot of fields with wheat streak, but it really was covered up in some cases by, severe drought stress and also a lot of freeze injury, right? So we saw that in the crop last year. So I want to make a couple reminders here that are really important, especially now in 2026, right? So we are dealing with a complex of viruses, right? So we have 3 viruses that are part of that complex, right? Wheat streak mosaic virus, the one that gives it its name. It's probably the most common in this part of the state, right? In this Sedgwick County, central Kansas area. But we also have 2 other viruses, triticum mosaic virus and High Plains wheat mosaic virus. And together we call them the wheat streak mosaic complex, right? Because they're all moved around by this tiny wheat curl mite here when it feeds. Now, this is important that we have a complex for a couple of reasons. And they're kind of bad reasons, right? It's kind of bad news here with these 3 viruses, right? So the first piece of bad news is that we do have some resistance in our varieties, but most of that resistance is to that top virus, the wheat streak mosaic virus, right? It doesn't work as well for the other 2 viruses. So when we have all 3 in the mix, we don't have great variety tools, right? That's the first piece of bad news. There are some things coming down the pipeline. I'll talk about that here in a moment. The other piece of bad news about these viruses is that they result in synergistic yield loss. So when you have more than one of them together, and this is pretty well documented by our research here at K-State, you get more yield loss than if you had one alone, right? They kind of work together once they're in the plant, and they lower yields, right? Of course, this is the worst case scenario here, but in other infections, you get loss of tillers, you get loss of plant height, right? And you can just get a very severe loss of yield, right? This is the wheat curl mite. So you can see it's a pretty little guy there, right? So it's a tiny cigar-shaped mite. It has two sets of legs on the front of its body. And it's so small, it's almost impossible to see with the naked eye, right? We need some magnification to see the actual wheat curl mites, right? Actually, there you can see the stomata on the plant leaf, right? So that's how small they are. They're very simple. And they only survive about 10 days, right? They go through their life cycle, they go through a couple of juvenile phases, and then they can produce up to 25 offspring, right? And in 10 days, they're dead, right? So they go through a lot of their life cycle in a short period of time. But here's the kind of crazy thing about these mites. You can actually have, and it's common to have in any wheat field in Kansas at the end of the season, up to 1 billion of them per acre, right? So there are a lot of these out there, and they're very hard to get out of the system, right? Over there, you can actually see the symptoms of wheat streak mosaic, right? So sometimes we confuse this with something like nitrogen deficiency, right, from the road. But if you get into the field and you see streaking symptoms, right, yellow streaking symptoms, that's very characteristic for wheat streak mosaic complex, right? Now, the key thing about those curl mites is that they survive on volunteer wheat between seasons. They're pretty wimpy, they don't fly, but they survive very well on volunteer wheat. So at the end of the season, right, they sense that the wheat crop's drying down. They use those little legs to walk themselves to the top of the crop. They stand upright, and they're trying to catch a wind to blow. If they land on the blacktop, they're dead, right? So they need to find some green grass host to survive the summer. And I think this is a really good illustration from colleagues in Nebraska. And here we have kind of a very typical wheat streak mosaic situation, right? So we're looking at fields from above, and this field happened to have some volunteer wheat. So maybe there was a hail event, some shattering pre-harvest, right? And so before harvest, some volunteer was actually there. So those curl mites, they just had to fall straight down, right? Survived the summer in that volunteer wheat that wasn't terminated. And it's pretty clear how far these guys spread in the wind in the summer, right? So here you can see kind of the upwind fields adjacent to that field, right? You can see how the wheat streak mosaic virus complex symptoms fan out. And then the downwind field was pretty devastated, right? So that field didn't head out here. And that's really how this pest kind of moves around in the landscape, right? So last year in partnership with the Kansas Wheat Commission, right, we put together a Fight the Mite campaign, because this is really something that doesn't just affect individual farms, right? These mites can really move. They can go up to, several miles under high wind conditions, right? So it really is a landscape problem, right? And kind of the pillars of managing this disease, since we don't have any perfect in-season options, we don't have any perfect varieties, right, is really integrating several factors, right? So, first and probably most important, and it will always be most important, is managing volunteer wheat, right? You'll probably hear me talk about managing volunteer wheat, and you'll think you are a broken record, and you are always saying manage. I'll have it like tattooed on my forehead, right? Manage your volunteer wheat. But it could not be a more important strategy for controlling this pest in the landscape, right? Second is genetic resistance. We don't have perfect options, but we do have some options, right? And we're getting more and more options coming down the pipeline from our breeding programs every day. And the other is knowing knowing what's around us when we're planting, right? So if we're going into a field that is next to some volunteer wheat or some early spring cereal cover crop, right? That's the situation where we'd want a more defensive variety. We might want to delay our planting, right? We have to play a little bit of defense in those high-risk scenarios. So last year, we changed at K-State our recommendations for volunteer wheat management, right? So up until 2025, the recommendation was make sure all volunteer wheat is dead, completely dead, 2 weeks prior to planting in the fall, right? That was kind of the extent of that recommendation. And we realized in a lot of conversations with you that was problematic, right? Why? Because that really doesn't account for the planting date of my neighbor. It doesn't account for regional planting dates. So if I go in and I control everything really well before and my neighbor happened to plant earlier than that, right? They're kind of bouncing mites around in the landscape, right? So we sat down and we thought about, with all our colleagues across a number of disciplines, right? We thought about the ecology of those mites and changed our recommendations to these wheat-free periods, right? So this is a period where we suggest all volunteer wheat be dead and destroyed to break that cycle, right? To break our regional curl mite pressure, right? Get us down from billions to millions to thousands of curl mites blowing around during that period, right? So, for example, in this part of Sedgwick County, that wheat-free period would be August 25th to September 25th, and that's the 30 days prior to the start of the optimal planting window for winter wheat. Right. And so during that time, we recommend having that volunteer wheat killed and also not planting early, right? Because anything planted early or cereals planted early can risk bridging those mites into our crop. A couple things. So we get a lot of questions about wheat streak management. So I just want to put out some of the top questions that we get and their answers, right? So, maybe seems obvious, but the first is fungicides have no impact on wheat streak mosaic complex, right? Might seem obvious, right? Because it's kind of like taking an antibiotic for a viral infection, right? It's just not going to do anything. But we did have some confusion with that, especially in 2025. The other tricky one is that insecticides really don't work, right? Or miticides really don't work for those curl mites, right? Now they can knock back a few mites. There are some products that might do that in a greenhouse. You might knock back a few mites, although there are no products labeled in Kansas for curl mite control, right? But the key is they don't prevent transmission. So once that curl mite sticks its little needle-like stylet into a wheat crop, it transmits that virus, right? And the plant takes over from there. It just needs a couple copies of that virus, a little bit of feeding, and then the plant takes over, replicating the virus, and infection happens. So the studies that have looked at it have not shown that those insecticides are helpful there. There is some evidence that additional stress compounds damage from wheat streak, right? So you might have worse damage in nutrient deficient soils, right? And we've got some work actually kicking off to look at that with Romulo and a new project that started here. So hopefully we'll have more data on the role of nitrogen there soon. Okay. We do get a question about, there is a role of other grasses in the landscape, right? Volunteer wheat is always the most important kind of bridge crop for those curl mites, right? They survive there really well. Their populations move really quickly in volunteer wheat or in wheat. But there is a role of other crops, right? Other grasses and cereals, weedy grasses, native pasture grasses. And the key to these is the abundance and the proximity to wheat, right? So if you have just a little bit of barnyard grass in a neighboring field and it's dead by the time you plant your winter wheat, it's probably not a big deal. But if you have a lot of barnyard grass, right, it could be a source where those mites are surviving, right? So there is a role of some of those other grasses in the landscape. So one thing, we've been thinking about, we actually put out a trial where we kind of simulated volunteer wheat last summer, and we looked at some herbicide options, right? Because it does matter for wheat streak and volunteer what herbicides you use, right? Okay, so stick with me here. So this is kind of interesting. This is actually from some work that was done at K-State about 20 years ago, and they looked at the influence of different types of herbicides and tillage on the kill of those curl mites. So what was interesting here, and maybe it's intuitive, but I like to think about this here. So if you use something like paraquat, something that has a very quick burn down, those mites died more quickly, right? They died right away. You had minimal mites after a few days. But if you use something like glyphosate, it actually took up to a week for those mite populations to start to decline, right? And why is that? What do we think? It's a slower kill, right? It just the type of herbicide that glyphosate is just takes longer to kill wheat. What's interesting is what they found in this study is that it was actually enough time for those little tiny mites to walk their way up to the top of the plant, and they actually started assuming their dispersal posture when you applied glyphosate. So it signaled to them that the plant was dying and they had enough time to disperse. So if we're applying a lot of glyphosate, right, it can kill our wheat, but in Kansas it takes longer and it gives those mites time to move, right? So it's something we have to think about. I get the question a lot, I keep applying glyphosate to multiple flushes of wheat, and that might be giving those mites some time to move, right? So Sarah Gansky, my colleague in weed science, looked at a few different products, and she came up with a couple additional recommendations, right? So if you include something like Sharpen or Reviton in the glyphosate mix, right, you can get a faster burn down. And she also suggests, thinking through residual activity of some of our herbicides, really to avoid those kind of second flushes of volunteer, right? So that's been a project that's been nice where we've been able to work together on some of these complicated problems. I get the question often about other grasses, right? And so the reality is, to a lesser extent, grass hosts like rye and triticale and barley and oats can host those mites, right? And can host the virus. And what happens with some of these is they're a little bit sneaky, right? So triticale, it hosts the mites, it hosts the virus, but it doesn't look symptomatic. So you can't actually see those streaking symptoms. So it's a little bit of a concern there, because you might not actually know that's a source of these viruses. And there's a lot of ongoing work, especially in Nebraska, to look at the kind of relative risk of these, and also to come up with resistant triticale, right, that might have better tolerance to the viruses. I get the question about corn a lot, right? So what is the role of corn in the wheat streak complex, right? And again, like everything I've talked about with wheat streak, it's a little bit complicated, right? Unfortunately here. So corn can be a host for the curl mites. It can be a host for the virus, although most of our commercial corn hybrids have a high level of resistance to wheat streak, mosaic, and high plains wheat mosaic, right? So you usually won't see symptoms. But especially when corn is in the young stages, it can host those little curl mites. They don't like the leaves when the leaves get a little bit bigger, because they can't curl them. That's what mites like to do. They like to curl the leaves. They can't do that with a corn plant. But as you move later into the season, work in Nebraska has shown that those mites, they're actually limited to the husks. So they kind of make their way to your corn husks, and they feed, but they don't really cause any damage there, although they do cause this symptom of what we call kernel red streak. So maybe if you're a corn producer, you've seen, red kernels. That's actually from the feeding, just kind of a little bit of a phytotoxin that those curl mites kick out when they feed on the corn kernels. Usually they're gone, though, by black layer. So if we're planting our winter wheat in a field adjacent to a corn crop and it's past black layer, which usually it would be in this part of Kansas, right? It's probably not bridging wheat streak into our fall wheat crop, right? So again, I get asked the role of corn a lot in these conversations, right? And the answer is it's pretty nuanced, but it's probably not a significant role here in Kansas unless it's very late corn. So we do have a few varieties and more coming every day with some resistance to wheat streak mosaic virus in central Kansas, right? I know there's some folks online. I'm going to focus this a little bit on central Kansas here because we are in Sedgwick County. So we have two varieties that are newer from the Kansas Wheat Alliance here that actually have the WSM2 gene. So that's a gene that provides really excellent protection against the wheat streak mosaic virus. It doesn't necessarily provide great protection against triticum mosaic virus, but when we have those single infections, which are more common here in central Kansas, those varieties will work very well, right? We have some tolerance in some other commercial varieties that we don't know exactly what the gene is, but they've looked strong here in the last couple of years. That would be, one example would be Warbird AX from Lima Grain. That's a coaxium variety. And then a Clearfield variety actually from Westbred 4445CL. Clearfield has been looking very good. They're not perfect, right? So that's one thing we always have to say. We don't have any perfect resistance to wheat streak here, but you can find those ratings that we put out every year in the Kansas Wheat Variety Guide here, and that's where we have our disease ratings. You'll see a few varieties start to come out with a gene called WSM3. So and there's another one called WSM1. These are great because they provide pretty good resistance against both of those viruses in the complex, wheat streak and triticum, and probably high plains as well. And the newest one with WSM3 is Gabriel. That's from Colorado, from Plains Gold, right? So maybe a little more Western adapted, but that's going to be a great tool as we think through wheat streak management. So we do have a diagnostic lab at K-State. I'll put in a shameless plug here. So we can diagnose these viruses with a laboratory test that we run and several other viruses like barley yellow dwarf. So if you're unsure about what's going on in your field, you can always send your plants in there. And of course, that's for any plant, not just wheat. Okay. So I'm going to move on here to thinking through some crop protection products and fungicide choices. But are there any questions on the wheat streak piece before I move on?
A lot of it, we all have a neighbor that are the problem. How do you control that?
Well, I guess a good conversation, might not work in some cases, right? But a good conversation is maybe
And even on that, with K-State, all these pushing cover crops. Cover crops have increased, mosaic has increased.
right. So, what do you do planting into a field that has a neighboring field of volunteer wheat that, for one reason or another, right, these things happen and couldn't be controlled. In that scenario, right, you want to choose the best variety, right? So be a little defensive and plant as late as you can, right? I know that's not always agronomically the best thing to do, but if we can wait till it gets cold, as soon as the temperatures start to drop into the 50s or even the 40s, those curl mite populations, they start to go down, right? So that's why we have that late planting date recommendation. Now, if we have a year like 2024 where it stays warm through December, that's impossible to do. But in a normal year, you get a cold snap in October, you knock that back. So, and then your second question was, sorry.
With the cover crops, like guys go planting a cover crop after wheat harvest, or say even later in the fall, early fall. But
Right.
They never got rid of the volunteer, but obviously they don't want to go spray the cover crop and kill it because they want to let it stay green.
And that's a
Does
problem.
insecticide work or miticide work to get rid of the mites? If they don't want to kill it, if they spray a miticide, will that get rid of them?
So there's a couple things there. So, one, with planting cover crops, we've been having these conversations a lot at K-State and NRCS because there's an issue there. If you're going in right after wheat harvest, you're going to have volunteer wheat, right, that emerges after you get a rainfall. And if you don't give enough time to kill that first flush of volunteer, right, that volunteer wheat will be there and you'll have mites that are going through the season, right? So, the first thing you can do there is if there's any way to have a gap where you let that first flush of volunteer wheat come up and kill it, right? That helps a little bit, right? Because you've got that first flush dead where most of those curl mites are going to end up, right? And those secondary flushes, they're high risk, but they're not as high of risk as that first flush that comes up. And we see that not just in cover crops, but in double crop soybeans or double crop milo, right? You take it off and you realize there was a big flush of volunteer there, and that can move the mites into the fall wheat crop there. And then it's being a little bit strategic, and we're still thinking through a lot of our recommendations on this at K-State, but the cereals in a cover crop mix are going to be the highest risk, right? So if you have oats in there and other grains, cereals over the summer, those are going to be high risk. But there are some things, that, for example, are immune, like sorghum Sudan, right, is immune to the wheat streak virus. It doesn't host the curl mites well, right? It probably provides a lot of shade for volunteer wheat, right? So it's kind of shading things out. So, that's really something that I think we need to have, pretty good recommendations on, but we also need to understand that it does pose a risk there, right? The same as double cropping.
So are you pretty comfortable with week-on-week no-till as long as you control that volunteer at some stage before, 30 days before planting?
Yeah, as long as you get that volunteer dead, right, and there's and no cover crop, right, and no adjacent volunteer wheat, that's a good scenario, right? Because those curl mites, they only survive 4 or 5 days, right, off of a wheat crop. So they're not going to survive, I get this question a lot, in residue, for example, right? They need a green wheat host.
We've been dry since about July, middle of July. It was our last rain here in our area here in Sedgwick County. Feel like most of the volunteers been controlled well. We've kind of had a 30-day window here where they really haven't had a good host to live on. If we do happen to catch a rain here in August and we do get a flush of volunteer, I mean, can it get restarted? I mean, it'd have to blow in from a long way, I would think, to get restarted here. So I guess what I'm asking is, are we safe since we've had this 30-day window where everything's been dead because we haven't had a rain, or not?
I think you're safer, right? Especially if a lot of the ditch grasses and things have died, right? Because it's so droughty. I think you are safer, right? I'd get a little nervous if volunteer wheat comes up, mid-August and is beautiful and green for a month still. You could get some mites building up. But the highest risk are those flushes that come up, in July, right after harvest, that are there when wheat's still being harvested. Those are really high risk. Now, if volunteer wheat comes up in August, it's probably lower risk. But if it's there through the fall, right, there's probably enough time for those mites to get started on that. And then if it stays, that's probably the biggest risk, right? Or if it's terminated, say it comes up in August, a few mites make it there. They start to build really happily because it's very warm, and that's when they do their best, right? Then you come in and plant, September 25th. And then you terminate that volunteer wheat in, October 20th. All those mites that built up from August, they're going to be looking to disperse, right? And they're going to make their way into the crop. So I can't say it's no risk. It's really based on the specific scenario there.
One slide you had showed like pastures, loose stems and stuff like that. What do you do if you got a big field right next to the pasture? That might be the only place they're at right now. Is if there's no volunteer out in the field. So.
Yeah, they can survive on those pasture grasses. What I should have said is they do worse on those, right? So their populations do stay lower, and especially if you have, kind of a lower abundance of those crops in the field, they're going to be there, but they'll probably be at a lower level than, volunteer wheat. And we see this a lot. So, someone will think, okay, I think it came out of that pasture. But usually when I do that field visit, I realize there was a big field of volunteer wheat kind of 2 miles or a mile down, right? That really is probably where that source was. So pasture grasses, they can be a host, right? I don't want to say they can't be, because they can, but the volunteer wheat seems to be what really, really will cause the big, outbreaks, right? Because the populations get so high there.
Results on your ad campaign last year, meeting or anything, or are you going to do it again this year as it started?
Yeah, so that's a good question. We did do some kind of follow-up surveys and things, because we did last summer a pretty coordinated wheat streak management effort. And my colleague Jeannie Falk-Jones in Western Kansas, she kind of spearheaded some numbers on that we put together. Some of the surveys, and I wish I should have put the numbers here. Sorry, I didn't. I can get them to you. But kind of the best thing that came out of that is in all of those things we said, are you going to change your management, right? And people said they would. I guess now we really should follow up and say, did you actually, right? And that's one thing that I think is a little bit harder. I don't know, Aaron, do you have any metrics on some of the things that the commission pushed out there?
I would have to ask Marsha to get our social media stuff, but I'm sure she does.
But we kind of made a targeted effort to make sure at each of those events we did, we asked the same questions, right? So are you going to make some changes based on what you heard here, right? Did you learn anything here? We kind of collected all of that, and we put all those numbers together. And actually, a lot of that is summarized in a kind of a K-State level report, right, in terms of the numbers of peoples that we actually reached in that campaign, and also their kind of documented change in what they said they would manage, and I'm happy to share that.
In Century County here, we've got these 5-acre plots going everywhere, so that when that comes in, they don't do anything with their 5-acre plots, you destroy the whole core. So, you just plant something, if you know that's gonna happen, just realize your risk and go do something else.
Sure, that's the kind of defense there, unfortunately. And there are some great varieties too coming down the pipeline, so that is a kind of a priority of, I think, all the regional breeding programs to really have the wheat streak resistance, and not just for Western Kansas where it's been more common, but now we're seeing this much more commonly in Central Kansas. So I think most of the varieties coming out of K-State will have some resistance for Central Kansas at least.
So you're saying 3 to 5 miles is about all they can go. They can't come in from Oklahoma.
They can't come in from Oklahoma, no.
Close.
Yeah, 3 to 5 miles, most of those curl mites will get in. Now, any field in Kansas that I walk, I can usually find a little bit of wheat streak, right? So there may be rogue mites that make it 10 miles. That's not going to cause any yield damage, right? You really need to be within that kind of, 3 to 4 mile radius to see the really high levels of damage. But one rogue might make it 10 miles. That's not impossible in Kansas. So I'm going to switch gears to talk about stripe rust, right? Again, we lucked out last year. We didn't have a big stripe rust outbreak, but if we look back to 2024, we did have some pretty serious levels of rust that came in from the state, right? So, and then especially if we're thinking about kind of the value of crop protection, Romulo talked about fungicides, but I really want to highlight something that might seem obvious, but I think is so important, right? Your variety choice, especially for rust management, is the thing that's going to do the heaviest lifting, right? We don't have, we have varieties that have stripe rust resistance. We don't have a lot of them, right? So if we don't have a variety with resistance, we really need to think about a fungicide choice, and I'll talk about a couple of the considerations there. And I'm also going to talk through our seed treatment choices, right? Especially as we're coming into planting here. But I want to talk to you about Rossville, Kansas, right? What's going on in Rossville, Kansas? Why are you talking to me about Rossville, Kansas, right? So actually, this is the location where every year my program runs fungicide nursery, right? So we look at stripe rust specifically, and what's nice here is we actually get the disease going ourselves, right? So we inoculate it. We have disease that goes through the season. So I have a program here, and I run around the state. We haul little tiny combine and a little tiny drill around the state, and we spray with a little tiny sprayer, right? And we test a lot of different products and things across the state. But Rossville's special because we get stripe rust going there, and we test all sorts of things. We have a few acres where we test fungicide efficacy, fungicide timing, product choices, application technology, seed treatments, and we work with companies here to test products that are just commercial or pre-commercial, right? And that's where a lot of those, you might see on a technical sheet, tested in Kansas by a university, right? And that might happen here, right? And so that's a really valuable place where we can get some data back to you. And I want to talk about a couple of trials that we just harvested that are fresh off the combine from this year here. But I want to remind us first that stripe rust can really eat our yield, right? And I get this question a lot, I had a little bit out up on my flag leaves, and it really can start to tick away at our yield. So, we see this across data, but for every 1% increase in how bad it is on our flag leaves, on our upper flag leaves, we start to see a 0.3-ish bushel per acre decrease in yield, right? And why does that? So stripe rust, it's living up on the top of our flag leaf. It's causing a lot of water loss because it breaks open the epidermis of our flag leaf. It also steals our nitrogen away from the crop, right? So it's taking it away from what it should be doing in terms of making protein and grain there, and it's making those spores instead, right? So there's a lot of things that stripe rust does to steal our yield. So what's going on in Rossville, right? So in most of the cases here, we're looking at a variety called SY Wolverine. It was up until a couple of years ago, or this past year, the top variety in Kansas according to the USDA survey there. But it's also very susceptible to stripe rust, right? So we get a good fungicide response here, and it's a good representative of a susceptible variety. And these plots all had stripe rust infection, right? So these are fungicide responses with a stripe rust infection and no other diseases present. And it was a pretty high level of stripe rust by the end of the season there. Okay. So one thing that we do, and actually we coordinate this here at K-State, but we work on a fungicide efficacy table for wheat for the U.S., right? And part of that is what we call our uniform fungicide trials that we run every year in Kansas. They also run the same protocol in North Dakota and other states around the country. We test different products, and then we're able to summarize that data at the end of the year. But you'll see here the treatments that we look at are your common fungicides that you'd have as options: Nexacor, TopGuard, Preaxor, Trivapro, Delaro, Quilt Excel, Tilt, Headline. Some of those are just branded products, and some have generic equivalents, right, that would work just as well. Okay. So here's just a summary of what it looked like here in 2026, again, fresh off the combine from Rossville. And this is a response that we see pretty commonly. So, I think it highlights the importance of stripe rust. So in our controls, that was no fungicide treatment. Our average was 42.8 bushels per acre. And in across our treated plots, right, we were at 55 bushels an acre, right? So again, that's about a 12 bushel per acre difference of spraying that fungicide or not, right? So when we have stripe rust and we have a susceptible variety, it really pays to make that fungicide application. And these were all made at flag leaf. And this just illustrates how disease progressed over time in this particular location. So here we're looking at May 1st, which was that heading time frame through our kind of soft dough stages here towards the end of the season. And you can see this is the untreated, right? So disease progresses pretty quickly, and it started to pick up just towards the end here in our treated plots. So if we look at, this is final mean severity in that location, right? So how severe it was on the flag leaf. So 50% means 50% of the flag leaf was covered at the end of the trial, right? You can see our non-treated was around 50% there. And one thing you'll notice here is that, all the fungicides worked pretty well, right? We don't see dramatic differences between fungicides, so getting those on was important, but we do see some minor differences. And one thing I always like to point out here is that actually a product like Quilt XL or even generic tebuconazole here, this would be a Folicure equivalent, they work great for stripe rust control, right? And we see that pretty consistently in our trials. So again, you can get minor differences between products, but if you're kind of thinking about prioritizing inputs, those products, they do work very well. And here are our yield results. Again, you see that kind of 42 bushel an acre average in our non-treated, up to the average of 55 bushels per acre across our products. And we go from Tebustar, Trivapro, Headline, Quilt XL, Top Guard, Nexacor, Preaxor, Delaro, and Tilt and Adastrio across the bottom there. I will note Adastrio was marketed by FMC, but now will be co-branded with Corteva too, so you'll have another product that's marketed by Corteva with the same label essentially. Just something to keep in mind. So, I talked about the value of resistance here, and I want to highlight that. In this trial, we call this our integrated management trial. So how well does it work when we integrate our variety choice with our fungicide application, right? And I think this illustrates that point pretty well. So here we've got our final severity, so how bad the disease was, right, on those flag leaves. And we've got Wolverine that was fungicide treated and non-treated, right? So here's the effect of the fungicide, kind of grouped all of our fungicides together here. You can see a pretty big difference. But here we looked at the variety double stop, which we consider having pretty good resistance to stripe rust. We rated a 3 out of 9, with 1 being the best and 9 being the worst. So this is a pretty good, anyone had any double stop around here? I'm sure, right? So it's a variety that has held on with some pretty good stripe rust resistance. So again, you can see the difference here, non-treated versus fungicide treated. We do get a little bit of a benefit there from the fungicide treatment. And we see this in the yield. So for Wolverine, from non-treated to fungicide treated, there was about a 12 bushel an acre difference, right? So a pretty big swing there. And that benefit decreased here to 3.8 bushels per acre between the non-treated double stop, right, and the fungicide treated. So one thing that this shows to me initially is the variety is doing a really good job doing most of the heavy lifting there, and we get another smaller additive benefit from that fungicide application there. So if we have to choose something, it's good to choose the variety, because you can't get the timing wrong on a variety, right? You can't, have the plane not come or be a week late, right? And putting that kind of resistance into the ground in the fall is always a good option, right? Here's that same trial kind of looking across products. So we have the non-treated here, and then we're looking at Wolverine in purple, double stop in orange, right? And here you can see your final disease, it went down with a fungicide, but you didn't get down to 0, right? You didn't totally save kind of a dog there with a fungicide application, but you did get pretty close to 0 stripe rust when we added a fungicide, most of our fungicides there, to double stop, right? Again, this is under high disease pressure. And we see a very similar trend here if we think about the yield. This is yield across each of those products. I want to talk about another project very quickly, and I might go very quickly. How are we doing on time here, Aaron? Oh, plenty of time, right? Okay, I want to talk about another trial very quickly here. I might just look at this one slide because this has been really interesting, right? We've been kind of working on this. This is a pre-commercial product. It's not labeled yet, so I won't spend much time, but I think it's kind of been interesting. So this was a comparison between untreated fertilizer granular only, and then what's here in these treatments are a fungicide on a phosphorus, in-furrow-phosphorus fertilizer granular, essentially. So, and this is a Xyway treatment. You might have seen it in corn. And we, the tech rec came to me and said, "Do you think we can try it in wheat?" And I said, what's that going to do, right? We plant in the fall and we have stripe rust in the spring. It's not going to last. Well, I was wrong, right? Happens all the time. Because sure enough, we do see some season-long protection when we have that in-furrow fungicide applied at planting, right? We don't get down to, here's a flagleaf fungicide application over here. So maybe we don't get down to the full disease reduction of that flagleaf application, but it's been really interesting that we've seen consistent some season-long control there. And we've actually gone in and extracted fungicide from those flagleafs, and it does seem to persist into the season, right? We see some yield benefit there under that high stripe rust scenario, not as good as the flagleaf application. But what it did here is it kind of slows down our disease progression, right? So that's been kind of an interesting product. And again, we're testing several different products and timings and rates and things like that there in that Rossville nursery and in other locations around the state. So how do we know if stripe rust is going to be bad? Well, we think a lot about it, right? So we start looking at the weather in Texas here in November, and we watch that weather from November to February. Now, why do I watch the weather in Texas for stripe rust? It travels, right? It's a snowbird, doesn't survive here over the winter, gets killed off every year, and it has to make its way back up from Texas across through Oklahoma and to us every year, right? So we're watching the weather there. We have some models that have been fairly accurate at predicting over the last 20 years if we're going to have a high stripe rust year or a low stripe rust year, right? And so we do make that call in late February, early March, based on how conditions were in Texas. So if it's very dry in Texas, there's not going to be a big enough spore cloud to come up, right? But in early March, we'll put out an agronomy update and say if we're predicting a high or a low stripe rust year. So that's a pretty good first indicator. Then we report when it's been detected. Jeff is like one of my best stripe rust finders, unfortunately, here for you guys. So, usually you guys are on top of, finding the first little spores that come in to the state here. He probably doesn't like me to say that, but, thanks, Jeff. We appreciate you. And we try to put that out there so right, am I going to need that fungicide application this year? We also have a risk prediction tool that we've been working on for several years at wheatdashboard.psu.edu, and that just will give you basically how risky it was on your farm in your location for stripe rust to develop. Did you have the moisture that you needed in that location? And what we do, right, is put out all of this information together, right, in those e-update articles over time to say, yep, it came up from Texas, yep, we're finding it in your county, and yes, you had really good weather. You probably want to pull the trigger on that application, right? I'll just say, I always say this just as a reminder, so we can see big yield benefits when we have disease, but most data has shown that you do not get a yield benefit when you apply a fungicide in absence of disease, right? So this is a slide I like to show that is across many studies that found an average of a maybe 1 or less than 1 bushel an acre increase when you apply in absence of disease, right? So you just don't get enough plant health benefit really for that to pay off when there is not disease. Recently, because we've been getting more questions about generic fungicide application, my colleague Darren Mueller and several others put together this, and myself put together this article on just thinking through generic fungicides, right? What do we need to think through if we are, going with a generic option, right? So I'll just point that to your attention, right? Most generic products have very similar formulations to their branded equivalents, right? But if we are thinking about a generic product, we do want to make sure that that's labeled for the crop and the disease that we're talking about, that it has comparable active ingredients, that we're actually putting on the pounds per acre of active that we expect to put on, right? Given what we know in our data. And then we want to make sure we have, similar formulations, right? So all of those things we kind of talk through in that article. But of course, generic fungicides, they will manage disease. We just need to make sure we know what we're looking at there. So every year we do put together the wheat fungicide efficacy guide, right? So if you want to know if a certain product in our testing and national testing has been good for stripe rust or good for leaf rust or good for scab, right? You can see that summarized in this publication every year, right? So, one question as we're kind of switching gears to talk about seed treatments and we're thinking about the crop protection inputs that we have to decide on here pretty quickly, I want to just give some reminders about what we need in that seed treatment package and maybe what would be optional, right? So, one thing about seed treatments on our wheat seed is, the first thing we need is good coverage. Right? That's probably no secret, but if we have a suspension that's not well mixed, right, and our seed treatment coverage doesn't cover all of the seed, right, we kind of neutralize some of the benefit there of that seed treatment. So that's always the first thing we want to look at. We want it to be pink and covering all of the seed. But one thing that's kind of interesting is that these seed treatment packages, they come with a lot of active ingredients, right? Usually they're premixes. They come with a lot of active ingredients. We might have some choice about which products that we select. So I want to talk through a couple of the options here. Another thing I'll point out is that seed treatments, they provide about 30 days of protection, right? And then they're metabolized by the plant and they kind of move on. So they're really helping with our seed-borne diseases, the diseases that survive on the outside of the seed coat, any diseases that are, in the soil, right? Soil-borne diseases that might affect the emergence of our plant, but they're not going to do much after that, right? So if we think through our actual active ingredients, what does a lot of our lifting, especially for disease management, are fungicides. But maybe the most important ones are our group 3 fungicides, right? So like tebuconazole, difenoconazole, tridiconazole, and several others. So these are the products that are going to do 90% of what we need in Kansas wheat, a seed treatment to do. Right? They're going to protect against all those seed-borne diseases. They're going to protect against soil-borne diseases, right? That's pretty much what we need. Now, sometimes we'll have other products in the mix there too. So these like mefenoxam, metalaxyl, those are our omycete or Pythium phytophthora seed treatments. You'll see them very commonly on soybean, where you might have more common issues with Phytophthora, for example. But in our Kansas wheat, right, they're probably maybe a nice to have, but maybe we see a lot less issues with Pythium and Phytophthora, right? So those aren't really doing much of the heavy lifting for us here. This product, Sedaxane, that's a product that's really specialized for a disease called rhizoctonia, right? Also, we can see it here in Kansas, but a little more rare. So if we're thinking through the value of these inputs, that's something to consider. Next we have our insecticides. These are kind of our neonic insecticides. I'll talk about that in a moment. And then we have things like plant growth regulators, right? Which, can be added into the mix there, but there is less university data because a lot of these products are very new that show a yield benefit. So if we think about a product like Cruiser Max Vibrant cereals, right? We've got our Group 4A insecticide, our neonic insecticide. We've got difenoconazole, our Group 3 fungicide. That's what's doing a lot of the heavy lifting for us here in Kansas in that product. And then we've got mefenoxam. That's our Pythium seed treatment and our rhizoctonia product here, right? One thing I'll say about insecticides, and this is just more of a reminder, is that most of the insecticides we're putting on wheat in Kansas are those neonics, and they help with aphid pressure and wireworm pressure. And that's it, right? They can have some suppression on aphids, right? Doesn't always translate into barley yellow dwarf protection, but they can have some suppression there, right? You need other products. There are just a couple products that can suppress armyworm, right? And that's not our neonics. Those are other products, and those products don't have an effect on aphids, right? So if you need armyworm suppression, right, you need to go with a different product. Again, those group 3 fungicides are important here, and we can think through how we prioritize the fungicides too, right? So bin run seed, that's going to accumulate more of those diseases. Maybe freshly certified seed, that's going to be a seed lot for you in the future, would be something to prioritize. And if you're planting really late into wet soil, right, that's when we can run into more of those soil-borne disease issues, and that could be something to prioritize here. So again, as we're thinking through those inputs coming up on this next season, how do we get to high-yielding wheat, and maybe, think through what our input costs actually are, right? So in terms of an input, variety selection is king for disease management, right? That's going to always be the safest, the most effective, the easiest to time, right, decision that we make for disease management, right? Fungicides are great, but really if disease risk is high, and in most cases generics do work well, right? We're in a lucky time in our life of crop protection where there are a lot of really good products that came off patent and work very well, right? That's just where we are in 2026. But we do need to include a non-ionic surfactant, right? We do need to make sure that product is properly applied and sticks well. Prioritizing our wheat seed treatment, thinking through what's in our wheat seed treatment. If we do have options, I think we can be a little bit pickier there. And I'll close with, don't forget to control your volunteer wheat, right? So I know everyone here is doing a great job doing that, right? But, I can't kind of close out this disease talk without that reminder here. So with that, I will take any questions, and you can always feel free to reach out to me if anything else comes up. So yeah, that one's a little bit tricky because, there's specific, so it only gets the young worms, right? So it's a little bit tricky there. And it does only have that, 30-day period of protection, right? So you're getting young worms.
About 30 days out of it?
About 30 days, yeah, similar to some of these other seed treatments, from what I've seen. But that's the one I know that's labeled for at least some suppression on armyworms.
And that's what, also like the early stuff we put in for get up wheat for grazing for the cattle, we put a little bit of that on to protect it, but I don't know how long that lasts out there to.
Well, that's a great, yeah, so if the armyworms come in later, right, you're going to lose some of that residual. Yeah, that's right.
You see more of an advantage like dry year like this, treat and see. I mean, there's times I'm thinking, I don't want to spend that money. And so, is it worth it if that seed's got to sit there for a while to germinate and more susceptible to worms and everything else coming in? You think it's an advantage here like this, more so than when you know it's gonna germinate right away and it's there?
Yeah, that's a great question. Definitely an advantage if we're going late and we're going into wet soil because of some of those kind of soil-borne diseases that need water for infection. Going into dry soil, the good thing about these seed treatments is they're really not going to start metabolizing until emergence, so they won't, wear off. But are you at increased risk going into dry soil? I wouldn't think so, right? That wouldn't be my first thought, that would increase your risk to some of these diseases, right? I think your seed will sit there, the product will be there, and then it will start to metabolize when it's grown. Will the seed start to degrade if it doesn't have the product? I haven't seen any evidence of that yet. So that's a roundabout way to answer. Probably wouldn't be my top priority, right? I wouldn't be as concerned about that.
So you think it's versus not doing it at all in a year like this, that we have maybe 2 weeks and no sprout. I mean, germination isn't there. I mean, I guess
You don't, in the 2 weeks, you're not losing 2 weeks of your 30 days of protection, because it's gonna sit on, it can sit on the seed for a month.
It can sit on the seed
Okay.
for a month there.
And be
Yep.
fine. Okay,
Yep.
you're not, you don't just lose it in a month then?
No.
Okay.
But prioritizing it, that's, would I prioritize it in a very dry year? It's always a best practice, right? Especially to manage some of our bunts and smuts and those types of things. But I wouldn't necessarily prioritize it in a dry year. I don't think you'd be at higher risk or lower risk because of the soil, moisture, the dry soil moisture. Higher risk if it's actually wetter.
interesting.
So yeah, it's kind of a tough thing here because it is best management practice, but if we do need to prioritize some of those inputs, I hate to say you need to put on a Cadillac seed treatment in a year like this, right?
Kelsey, have you had any research looking at, for like your fungicide applied at flag leaf and the efficacy of it, like ground applied versus aerial applied? And then, we're seeing more and more spray drones too, so that I think probably brings in another avenue as well.
Yeah, so we, in the research, and North Dakota has done a lot more of the research comparing aerial applied versus a ground rig applied application there, and they do see, under most cases, comparable efficacy. One of the things that can be tougher with aerial applications is just coverage and nozzle orientation for diseases like scab, right, where you really need to cover the head, right? So you might have less ability to do that with an aerial application. But yeah, from any of the data I've seen, I don't see differences between aerial applied or ground applied applications, considering you use the recommended carrier volume, right? That seems to be a pretty important piece there. Now the drone, jury's still out on drone applications. So I'll be honest, the research in drone applied fungicides in wheat is very limited, right? And there are a lot of different drone configurations. Some of the very initial research in Kentucky has shown that there can be good efficacy, but it really matters the flight overlap. You need to really make sure that your application width is what you think it is. Sometimes we see more striping and kind of less precise coverage with drones. Drones can kind of kick up the canopy a little bit, so the deposition studies have shown that they can put a little more, preliminary deposition studies, a little more product in the lower canopy because of the way they act on the canopy. But I think we do need to do more of that research in Kansas, right, which is something that we have not done. So the jury's out on drones. The best management practices are not defined, right? And the technology is different. Now, I think if you have the option of getting it on with a drone and you have some stripe rust pressure and that's your only option, that's probably going to be your best option, right? But we just don't have enough data, right now.
Any research on split applications of fungicides like what Bob addressed earlier in spring and the flag leaf?
Yeah, we've done that a lot, actually. We've looked at that for several years in Rossville and in other locations. So the thing about the split application is it does provide some early season protection, and it can slow down diseases if they start early. And so you do see some yield benefit, but it doesn't equal the yield benefit it doesn't replace the yield benefit of that flag leaf application, right? So, and we see comparable efficacy when we make the split application, right? There's a little bit of maybe a yield bump when you split it, but that flag leaf application does most of the kind of heavy work on disease suppression. But one place that is helpful too is if you're wheat into wheat and you have a lot of leaf spotting diseases too, that can kind of slow down that progression in the canopy. Or if we have stripe rust pretty early, right? Those early applications kind of slow things down. I know that's an inexpensive application, so sometimes you can put that in with your herbicide, right? But it's not going to give you full through the flag leaf protection, right? If something comes in later.
Some of the chemical companies here a few years ago when the split application kind of took off were really pushing the plant health side of it. And then in the last couple of years, as you guys all said, you don't really get the benefit unless there's a disease there. Now they're all of a sudden backed off that. Now they're pushing all their snake oils, I guess I'd say, to survive stress.
Yeah, the plant health thing, and I'm probably going to get in trouble because this is live streamed on YouTube there. So, but the plant health thing, it's been debunked for a decade, 2 decades, right? So that's true. So maybe this is the nuance, right? You do get a stay green effect from fungicides, especially the QOI fungicides, the group 11 azoxystrobin type fungicides. They do result in some physiological stay green. Maybe the key I should have mentioned is it's never been shown to result in a yield benefit, right, or an economic yield benefit. So, and one concern that we have occasionally in Kansas, we've been thinking about this a lot. In some of our data, you actually see a small yield penalty from a fungicide. And that could be because of that stay green effect, right? So if you're kind of towards the end of the season, it's really hot, you need everything to be kind of going to your grain, and you're really trying to stay green, right? Theoretically, that could be a bit of a penalty there, right? So in absence of disease, right, stay green. You might delay harvest a little bit, but it's just, I've never seen a good study that shows that it results in, yield increase and a profitable yield increase, right, that pays for the application. But it does, yeah, the stay green effect is true. Even the triazole group 3 fungicides have a little bit of that stay green. Usually we're applying 30 days before harvest, so it's usually not delaying harvest here in Kansas, right? So it's probably kind of tanked out anyway by the end of the season. I could talk all day, but I'm sorry you guys probably want to go to lunch.
Yeah. So, we haven't had a scab issue for a couple of years now. I guess what would be your best recommendations on the scab management side for fungicide?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So there's kind of key things to remember for scab, right? Highest risk is if you're going into corn stalks and you get, some rainfall right around flowering. That's our highest scab risk, right? It can be pretty bad. In terms of fungicides, you have to apply those fungicides at flowering, right? So anything you apply before is not going to work for scab. And the third is, Miravis Ace is a Syngenta product that's just been slightly better than some of the other products we've tested here in Kansas. There are products like Prosaro Pro, too, that, work pretty comparably well, but we've seen a little bit of a benefit in Kansas data from Miravis Ace, which is a Syngenta product. And that is the case where I would not recommend, going with generics, right? Unless you're just, worried you have a little bit of a scab problem. But if you're kind of going into southeast Kansas and you have serious scab problems, that's not where you want to kind of skip, right, on the fungicide. And you want to choose a good variety, right? So that's another key there. Variety can do a lot. Very cool.
Thank you, Kelsey. She's got job security, right? Never going to run out of stuff to talk about. All right, for those of you online, we'll resume at about 12:45. For those of you in here, go out the door to your left. In the lobby, you'll see a buffet set up. That is for you. And we'll eat in Consulate 1, which is at the end of the buffet line. And we'll resume back in here at 12:45. Thank you.
our plots go through the same constraints that growers are going through out there, and so we look back in the data and we try to see what would have been the best management to have taken this season.
If you do get it in early, you've got the right variety, you produce more forage for grazing as well. So that's been a kind of a win there.
If you're going in with a goal of having some forage if you need it, in Oklahoma we saw that, and that was kind of an exit opportunity for many producers.
That was from a roundtable discussion about the 2026 wheat crop. Welcome to the Wheats on Your Mind podcast. I'm Aaron Harries. Wheats on Your Mind is brought to you by the Kansas Wheat Commission and Kansas Association of Wheat Growers. Got a chance to do a fun conversation here. We've got a number of guests lined up around the table for this episode. I want to introduce a couple of people. Romulo Lollato, he is K-State's Research Extension Specialist for Forage and Wheat. We've got John Kierkegaard, who is a farming systems agronomist with the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization based in Canberra, Australia. And then we've got the man behind the control board here that you never see, Dave Deacon, who is the producer of the Wheats on Your Mind podcast, and he comes from Oklahoma. And what I thought we'd do is do a roundtable discussion about the 2026 Kansas and Oklahoma wheat crop. I think it's something, gentlemen, that I've not seen the likes of in my 20-year career with Kansas wheat. Certainly, probably not in my 53 years on the planet Earth. We came out of 2023, which was a disaster crop by any standard in Kansas, 30% abandoned acres due to drought. But I think 2026 was different in many ways. In 2023, even though Kansas had a bad crop, it wasn't necessarily widespread. There were other states in the southern and central plains who had a good wheat crop. 2026 was devastating in the sense that we started with a good-looking wheat crop in the fall, I believe, and then things went downhill from there, and it was so widespread. So ultimately, we've ended up with the smallest hard red winter wheat crop in the United States in well over 50 years. So that has serious implications for farmers, obviously, and serious trade implications and things like that. But so let's take a look back, talk about what happened, and maybe some perspective on what moving forward. Romulo, why don't we start with you and just kind of give us a scenario of how things look like last fall, and then maybe we'll turn it to Dave and he can tell us about what happened in Oklahoma, and then John, we'll bring you in. And you're unique in that you're here on a Fulbright scholarship opportunity, and you've been here since March, so you saw the evolution of the crop too and can compare it to maybe what you've seen in the past in Australia. So Romulo, you give us the first go.
Yes, this last season was, to me, it was kind of like a season of hope and despair. Right?
Perfect.
So we actually started off in a really good shape. If we think back of the crop in the fall, we had some precipitation in September in parts of the state that allowed for some of the timely planting of the crop out in western Kansas. Good emergence, good stand establishment. In fact, southwest Kansas was looking really good. In many years, that part of the state is really tough to get a crop established there because of fall drought. And then we had a little bit of a gap, a window there where it allowed for growers to harvest their soybean crops or their corn crops and then sow their wheat crops as well. And then towards later in October, we started picking up rains again, which really led to almost a perfect stand establishment, right? That good fall moisture allowed for the crop to grow during the fall well as well. Temperatures were above average during the fall by 4 to 6 degrees or so, and so that allowed the crop to tiller out and develop a good root system. So really, as we got to December, we were probably looking in an excellent shape as we hadn't in years, and that's where the hope came in, right? Because as you mentioned, 2023 was really tough. 2024-5 were super variable as well, and so we are kind of in need of a good wheat crop there. So going into the winter, the crop was actually in great shape. Actually, we were hearing of some growers in western Kansas thinking the crop was probably even too big, right? And afraid it could use too much water, which they end up being correct in that. In terms of fall concerns, I did hear from a few growers in south central Kansas who were seeing even a little bit of waterlogging there because of those October rainfalls. And important to think that back in the fall, I think that the intent to plant wheat was probably close to that 7.7 to even 8 million acres or so across the state. And we got to 7.3, and part of that was because it got too late and too wet, and growers just probably didn't finish all the area that they wanted to plant the wheat crop last fall. So excellent conditions going into the winter, probably 3, 4, 5 or more tillers out there. It gives us a good winter kill protection there, right? And so we were in great shape. Now, from then, what happened is that it simply became dry, right? Any precipitation kind of like shut down there in that early November part of the fall, and temperatures were above average as well. I was just reviewing these yesterday. Temperatures through the winter were again up to 8 degrees Fahrenheit or so on average for the entire winter, higher than average, but across the wheat growing region, more between around that 4 mark, 4 degrees Fahrenheit above average. Now, what does that do? I always like to contextualize that the reason why Oklahoma and Texas are able to graze their winter wheat through the winter is because they have a warm winter. So the crop never really stops growing. It's always putting a little bit of biomass there. It's not going into reproductive development, but it's growing, right? And so it produces forage. It allows growers to let their cattle graze it. And pretty much that's kind of what happened through the winter here. It was above average in terms of temperature. That crop continued to grow a little bit and continue to use moisture, right? The bigger a crop is, the more moisture it needs to stay alive there. And so it's using more water. And now remember, that's not productive use of water during that time, right? It's not like that biomass is going to turn into yield later on. It's too early for that, right? And so the biomass produced during the winter not necessarily relates to yield. So the crop continued using water during the winter. Then spring came around and the early spring rains never came, right? So it was March, it was dry. April, it was dry as well, and temperatures were still above average. If you look at the month of April only, we had parts of the state that were up to about 10 degrees or so warmer than average. There was a really hot spring, early spring, and dry. So with that, the crop just started going through drought stress, right? Because it's getting into stem elongation when it needs a lot of water, but it has already used during the winter, so the water is not there in the profile anymore. Simply as the water demand increases, the water was not there for the crop, and the crop started going through drought stress. Another thing that those warmer temperatures brought sped up crop development. So essentially, the phenology was advanced this year, which didn't help us because we had a few freeze events, right? So mid-March, we had very severe freeze down there across the state that really hurt the wheat in kind of throughout the state, but primarily I think that the coldest temperatures were northwest Kansas, and we saw a lot of leaf dieback from that March freeze in northwest Kansas, some tiller being aborted there as well. Then mid-April, we had another freeze damage, and at that point in time, a lot of the crop was already at boot or heading south central part of the state. And so traveling to see the crop in May, we're seeing so many fields showing symptoms of freeze damage from that mid-April freeze that we had. So again, a lot of heads that were bleached out and just many symptoms of freeze damage throughout that central corridor of the state. And then there was yet a third freeze that primarily hurt the crop in northwest Kansas, but that was in early May. So again, those warm temperatures during winter and spring sped up crop development, and then those freeze really damaged the crop. The temperatures in May kind of came back a little bit closer to normal, and there was a few rainstorms that came by towards the late part of the month, but they came with hail as well, right? So we went from a crop that was looking really good to a drought-stressed crop, freeze-damaged crop, and hail-damaged crop. And then the cherry on the cake was when the crop was ready to harvest, it wouldn't stop raining, right? So parts of Solomon and Salina in that region were seeing waterlogged conditions. The harvest really prolonged much longer than it usually would compared to when they started. Well, it was still an early harvest, but because the crop was early, but it was just a long and drawn out harvest because of all that rain. So yeah, pretty much anything that could go wrong with the crop.
Well, Dave, our down under in Oklahoma, where everything bad that happens in Kansas happens to Oklahoma first.
Right.
Let's not ignore the fact that what a wonderful year for grazing with cattle prices where they were. So tell us the Oklahoma story.
Well, in Oklahoma, being with Oklahoma State University for years, we always had the joke, our football team's best years were 1945, 2011, and next year. And we were really hoping for a great next year. And much like our football team this past year, it kind of puttered out when it came to the wheat crop. And we had great potential for a crop as folks were planting. I talked with a producer near Canton, which is in northwest Oklahoma, and he said he planted late because he pushed it back as far as he could because he just knew that it was going to rain, and it finally did. And I think he got maybe a quarter of an inch of rain, and then he caught a snow in December, and that was it. And so he was going off of any soil moisture he had, and it wasn't great. So that kind of summed up the northwest portion of the state. And southwest parts of the state, they got the timely rainfall, they got what they were hoping for, and then it stopped. And it was probably the most varied crop I'd ever seen in Oklahoma, because you could go county by county, field by field, and it would be different. And a lot of the fields and pastures that we had, much like Romulo was saying, they were grazed. And a lot of the rougher looking fields that I saw had hot wire around them, because the producers just kept the cattle on there because they were looking at the potential price of wheat for grain, and then they would look at the price of cattle, and that was really weighing that decision. The Oklahoma wheat crop came in about half of what it usually would, and the Oklahoma Grain and Feed Association made that estimate early, and I think that may have influenced some of the decisions to keep the cattle on the fields. Now, as you went along the US 81, I mean, it looked great from the highway, but whenever you got out into the fields, the yields were not going to be what they were hoping for. Some fields, I talked with the producer, he got 8. That was his yield for the field. Dr. Amanda Silva at Oklahoma State, she cut some 40 yield bushels on some wheat, but not a lot. As you move from south to north, the crop got a little bit better up near the Ponca City, Blackwell area. There was better yields through that area. As you moved out towards the Panhandle, there were 10 bushel yields out there in the Panhandle. That's to be expected in that area, because if you're doing dry land wheat out there, you don't have a lot of rain. The only thing was it started to rain in May. Now, if we back up, a lot of the producers in western Oklahoma were hit with a 90-degree day in February, which doesn't always happen in Oklahoma, which rarely happens in Oklahoma. In Kansas, you guys were dealing with freezes. We were dealing with heat bursts, I guess. That kind of woke the crop up and said, we're ready to make a crop, and then it cooled down again. That's where a lot of producers in western Oklahoma saw their decisions being made in that time. But wheat harvest started about 2 weeks early, and it was pretty much all but done by the 4th of July, which is very rare in our part of the world. But when you have half the acres to harvest, it moves pretty fast through there.
John Kierkegaard, Fulbright Distinguished Chair in Agriculture and Life Sciences here at K-State. So you had the pleasure of coming into Manhattan, Kansas from Australia in March. So saw the crop probably at its peak, and then went on the wheat quality tour, which is the second full week in May. So being an outsider at that point in time, if you had just been thrown into your average Kansas wheat field with no background, what would your perspective have been?
Looking at the weather report when I was arriving in Manhattan to decide what sort of clothes we would bring, it was predicting 70 degrees Fahrenheit the day we arrived, but it was telling me that it was
negative 10 or
negative
so.
10 Fahrenheit the day before. So I thought there was something wrong with the weather app, but it turned out that was real. I got here just after that pretty significant freeze in March. On the wheat tour, I guess, took me by surprise, and I'm glad you said, Aaron, at the beginning of this talk that this season's the worst you've experienced, because I'm very glad for your farmers that is the case, because I was shocked at the first crop we stopped at on the wheat tour. We went sort of out through the centre and up towards Colby on the first day, and the first crop we stopped at was only kind of ankle, a bit above ankle height, still green, but so I was a little bit surprised at how short it was. And then as we started looking at the heads and counting the heads, we saw the level of freeze damage in it. So we saw the drought and the freeze damage there pretty much on that first crop. As we went west through the centre, we stopped a little north of Cheyenne Bottoms and stopped at a farm where there were 2 crops side by side. One had been sown after alfalfa and the other after fallow. And the alfalfa there was barely a live plant in that field. And the other crop looked reasonably good. And then we sort of headed up towards Colby that day. Second day, we headed south all the way down into Oklahoma and came back along the Panhandle. And I was surprised, actually, some of the best wheat I saw on the trip was sort of coming in from sort of south of Wichita. It was not quite in the Panhandle, but I saw these crops which were just about done, pretty decent-sized heads on them. They were less heads, but good-sized heads, and I didn't really know, but I was figuring probably sown early, right?
Yeah.
Because they were going to be grazed, and probably saved because they were early, and got through hopefully with some grazing as well, because the grower would have made some money from that. But just the earliness to escape the heat and the drought, that was a real interesting to see that variability. But yeah, and then as Romulo said, I think on the last day coming back from Wichita home, we stopped at one more field, and it had been hailed on the night before. It's all the heads broken over. So and as I mentioned, I just headed back to Australia for a little period in June, and apparently didn't stop raining the whole time the guys were trying to get it off. So I certainly haven't seen anything like that all in the one season in Australia. I've seen pretty severe, droughts and frosts, widespread long-term droughts. We only grow one crop a year, so we've got all our eggs in that winter crop basket, so we haven't got the opportunity to sort of pull something back with a summer crop in most of the Australian wheat belt. But what we do have is animals. So that's why the wheat sheep system developed in Australia, because when those failures happen, the livestock can utilise the failed crops, or you can cut for hay, or you can dual purpose. And yeah, that's certainly a great tool now for a lot of Australia. The dual purpose wheat's a really good flexible option with lots of what we call exit options. Season's going with you, great, graze it, take it through to grain. If it goes well until September, well, you might get a graze and then a hay cut. But if you get a year like you guys just got, then our guys will just graze that out. But often the stock prices, if the stock prices and the grain prices are not in sync, then sometimes you can do well with the animals, and sometimes in Australia the grain price is up when you have those bad seasons, and so actually in some of those years you do a little bit better in profit wise than you might think, because the prices are okay. But when they're both down and those years happen, it's pretty significant. But yeah, I think all in all, I've gone home with a new appreciation for the challenges facing you. But I'm glad to hear that the 2026. May you never see one again, right. Is not normal.
Well, I spoke at a Latin America's Buyers Conference last week to our customers in Central Mexico and Latin America, South America, and one question came from the audience and said, "Why are you so confident that the next year's crop is going to be bigger?" And I said to them, "I don't think you understand how hard it is to get a crop this small. In this day and age, with modern technology and with the quality of farmers we have, it's almost impossible." That was going to be my next question to you, John, comparing kind of off ramps and decision makings in a year like this, when or when not to harvest. Of course, the Kansas farmer, the Oklahoma farmer have crop insurance to take into account. The size of the wheat, the potential yield, the different off ramps that you have, but you have a few more, I would say.
Yeah, and certainly crop insurance is not as widespread and as part of the system. Certainly for hail and frost, farmers can certainly be insured for some of those things, but the multi-peril insurance and that sort of thing isn't. So the farmers pretty much sort of rolling the dice and have plans in place. So I think guys that are on properties with low-lying areas that are frost-prone, they'll have a hay business. They'll be set up to cut hay and to do that pretty quickly when that happens. And the advice on that sort of improving all the time. The drought and the heat. I think one of the big changes in Australian cropping in recent years has been the shift to earlier sowing. So what's been happening is that our autumn rain for sowing has been dropping off. Our heat's increasing in the spring. And the response to that is, and summer rain is still there, right? So we're not doing anything in the summer, so that rain falls on sort of fallow fields. But if we can capture and store that moisture and use it as a sowing opportunity, that's really where we've shifted to. So rather than be forced to sow later and later and later and see our yield potential dropping, even though the breeders have been good at giving us quicker varieties, we've sort of stepped in the other direction and said we need to hang on to that summer moisture as best we can, and learn how to get a crop up from that deep moisture and just get it up and established. And if we can do that, it does set it up in a much better way to deal with the heat and the frost. So that's been a big shift in recent years, and that's really helping. And of course, if you do get it in early and you've got the right variety, you produce more forage for grazing as well. So that's been a kind of a win there.
This last year, I did some work with the Oklahoma Wheat Commission, and I asked Dr. Amanda Silva, who's a small grain specialist there at OSU, I said, can you rank the importance of variety selection, moisture, and planting date? And she said, from 1 to 3, most important would be moisture. And the second would be planting date, and then variety selection. Because Oklahoma State University puts out a lot of different varieties, and they're a patchwork for the state. You know, this one's going to work really well in this area, and this one in this area. And that's why I included the variety selection in there. And she said the moisture, that's going to make the crop, and then the planting date. And she saw that from field to field, from county to county. And I think that played as much in it because, you know, if you, like you said, if you're going in with the goal of having some forage if you need it, I think in Oklahoma we saw that, and that was kind of an exit opportunity for many producers. But the need for grain, I mean, that's the reason why you're putting it in the ground.
Interestingly, our breeder colleague of mine, Greg Rubetsky, he does what I think of as breeding for system resilience rather than breeding for crop resistance. So there's a lot of work going on around the world, and it's good that people are chasing this, but it's a tough ask to make wheat heat resistant and frost resistant, right? That's a tough breeding challenge. What you can do is work with the climate and find ways to still make money even when bad things happen. So he's bred wheat with a long coleoptile, so we can plant that down at sort of 4 inches, because often the moisture's there. You can get it up and get it established, you know, when current modern wheats, semi-dwarf wheats, often you can't. He's bred a wheat which produces hay, high quality hay, and it's awnless. So that's for growers who, when they get frosted, have still got a high value product. Like, it's not just any old wheat hay. It's as good as the oaten hay that they sell to Japanese racehorses. And without the awns, it makes good hay. So that's another one. And the third thing, he's working on 100-day wheats, where he's been selecting for early vigor, and he's now got wheat that's as vigorous as barley early. So that's when you really get pushed into late June and July, but you still want to get a crop with a profitable yield. So all of those things are sort of saying, well, this climate's going to happen, and we need to still be able to make money from the wheat. So what sort of breeding ideas have we got that can help make that happen? And that's been some really nice examples of that. Look, all strength for the guys looking for heat tolerance and frost tolerance, and hopefully they'll find some incremental improvements with that as well. But in the meantime, we still have to be there, and we still have to make money, and none of us yet can predict the climate. So got to be ready for anything.
Well, speaking of research, never ceases to amaze me the resiliency of modern wheat genetics. Had this year been 30 years ago, it would have been factors worse. I have no doubt about that. In the wheat tour, Romulo, we went out in the field, clearly saw the primary tillers dead. They had been smoked by the freeze, and the secondary tillers coming on, still producing ahead, and by all quality reports, decent test weights this year. And so I say it often on this show, but tip of the hat to our wheat geneticists for making small miracles happen. But 2 questions for you, Romulo. Just how close were we to a better crop? A half an inch of rain placed at the right time. And then what does a researcher learn from a year like this?
Good questions there, Aaron. And, how close were we from a better crop? Wheat can be quite efficient in using the water if it comes in the right time, right? And I came across a few fields in the central quarter of the state that were looking really good for the crop that we had, for the year that we had, particularly in that north central part of the state, Republic County. I was talking to the farmer. He said, well, yeah, he did get a couple of rainfall events of about half an inch or so each, maybe a little bit more, that really saved the crop, right? And so you went there, you probably put 20 bushels in that crop from that couple of inches of rainfall or so that you could have had. So essentially, if we look at how efficient the wheat can be in using water, if it is water limited, right? If you have 30 inches of rainfall in the season, it doesn't matter. But if you are in that limited environment, right? If you have 8, 10 or something along those lines, it can put up to about 8 bushels per inch, more or less, in its potential, right? So if it comes in the right time, and if you have good genetics, and if the agronomic management is on the background, that's kind of like the potential that wheat has. And in Australia, they use that as a benchmark very often. It's like growers know that number in the top of their minds, and they're always trying to see how close to that benchmark they are. So this year, we happen to be very, very water limited in an important stage of development of the crop. And if we would have had, again, for each additional inch we could have put about 8 bushels or so. So yes, that's kind of how close we were from saving that crop. Was probably a couple of inches in the right moment, spread across a couple of different rainfall events. Couple or 3 inches would have made, these would have been multi-million-dollar rainfall events there. From a research perspective, I guess what we learned, it's dealing with these adversities, right? What can we try to do to improve growers' decision in an environment like this? And I think that's kind of where our applied research is. Our plots go through the same constraints that growers are going through out there, and so we look back in the data and we try to see, okay, well, what would have been the best management to have taken this season, right? And we can always do that. It's of course, it's much easier looking back in a set of research plots and seeing what worked best and what didn't than if you're a grower trying to plan ahead and trying to make a decision from 1,000 different outcomes, right? But I guess that's where we're at. I'll give an example and try one of the projects that I have a student working full-time on is try to see how can we better manage our nitrogen decision, right? Because that's one of the biggest inputs that the wheat grower has in their operation. And so essentially what we're doing is if we're getting hundreds of trials that we've run over the last few years, we're getting the date when we did the nitrogen application, February or March, right? And we're looking at weather to date in each one of those trials and then doing a prediction of all the different yield outcomes we would have had in the last 30 years in that location. So essentially, based on the weather in the last 30 years, in that point in time, right, in February or March, when we're making the decision, what's the weather and what's the probability that we're going to reach to a given yield potential so we can make an informed nitrogen decision. So again, years like these, they are really tough. It's very hard to make money on it. We do have learnings from a research perspective that then we can actually look back and say, well, probably this year, just as little input would have been probably the most profitable out there. One quick comment that I have, since we have Dave and John here in the call as well, and we were talking about all the things that the crop went through. I also have a very short story because we were visiting with Amanda Silva in late April, took John there. And as we were driving back, we didn't mention, but another thing that the wheat crop went through, right, this season was tornadoes. So we were driving back from Oklahoma in the day when Enid got that tornado, late April. And I've never seen such a scared Australian before. as we were driving and trying to come to Manhattan, I even changed the route that I was driving. I felt, John, you felt more comfortable.
Hey, there was one in Manhattan because your wife rang and said she was in the shelter, and there's one coming behind us in Enid, and we were in the middle. I was thinking, Jim, I better trust this guy from Brazil in this big truck, knows what he's doing.
You got a Brazilian trying to escape tornadoes with an Australian. Yeah, you see how that goes.
Well, Romulo, this is ironic because the first year you were on the wheat tour, your father came along and you were in a car with me and we were headed east towards Wichita, and I looked off to my left and by golly, there was a tornado. And I pointed near Greensburg, which is another level of irony, and I pointed out that tornado to them. Had I not been with people whose safety I was concerned about, I would have been chasing that thing, trying to get closer, but I did not want to scare my new Brazilian friends. So yeah, that's how we haze people in Kansas, apparently, is the tornado thing. John, I'm kind of an El Nino fanatic, and we mentioned earlier in a different conversation, but strong El Nino coming on has a very strong correlation on the southern plains, above average moisture between November and March, key for the hardwood winter growing season. Reverse effect, as you might expect for Australia, and you said your farmers even make some fertility decisions based on that.
Yeah. So El Nino for us means very dry spring conditions, and in fact this year, and it's it does add skill to the forward forecast. So farmers will look at what what's being said out ahead of time regarding El Nino. We have another weather phenomenon called the Indian dipole, which sort of comes down from the Indian Ocean across and can also sort of pull rain down. So they're the sort of two big global weather systems that our growers are looking at. And the El Nino predictions tend to be pretty spot on in the sort of northern wheat belt, so up in Queensland. As you come further south, gets a little bit less predictable, but still it'll push you into, more likely than not that you're going to get a below average spring. So yeah, this year the Weather Bureau, our Bureau of Meteorology, BOM in Australia, was predicting a super El Nino, they were saying. Wow. And so I was leaving Australia in March. That's when growers are sort of making their sowing decisions, and I've got experiments running, and we're sort of deciding what we're going to do. But I know a lot of growers were listening to this, and it was such a strong signal and such a strong recommendation that some of them holding off on nitrogen purchasing decisions based on that, which turned out not to be a good idea for two reasons. One, what happened in the Middle East and the increasing prices of fertiliser that spiked for those that didn't already have some in the shed. As it turned out, the rain sort of kept coming, and the Australian crop at the moment looks very good. So this prediction has not yet occurred. Even my friends in some of the dry mallee areas of South Australia where Romulo was based have got some beautiful looking crops set up this year. So everybody's a little surprised but grateful. It can still, from July in Australia, mid-year when we're making our nitrogen decisions, you can get anything from a 30 bushel crop to a 90 bushel crop, because the weather is that variable and that unpredictable. So who knows what will happen from here on in, but they're pretty well set up. They've got pretty full profiles of moisture. The crop's coming through, starting to elongate. So I think we're probably in some parts of Australia already there for a reasonable crop, underpinned by that stored soil moisture, even if things go as they were predicting. At the moment, it's looking pretty positive, touch wood. But that is a factor in our weather predictions that the growers will add into their thinking when they're making those decisions. Here's the seasonal forecast. Here's the El Nino signal. They will look at that seriously.
So, Dave, speaking of decisions, what's the tone, mood in Oklahoma right now? Farmers a little bit different decision making since there's a lot more grazing that goes on. I mean, what's the sense on planted acres?
The producers I talked to at the end of the crop last year, I made sure to ask them just to kind of get a feel of where they were. I said, are you going back next year? And they said, I would say probably about 90% of the producers I talked to said yes. And a lot of the producers, because seed's going to be hard to find already in that part of the world, and a lot of producers were holding back seed where they could just to plant it this year. And I was glad to hear that, just as a guy who loves wheat in the Great Plains, and there's that optimism. Now, back to what you said earlier, do you think this could have been 30 years ago? Where would we be? I don't know that there would be that optimism, that readiness to jump in and do it again after a year like this. But where we are now, from the folks that I talked to in Oklahoma, I think that, there is an optimism. Like I say, we're OSU Cowboy fans, so we're ready for another good year, hopefully next year. And so that's kind of been the attitude with the folks in the great state of Oklahoma.
Same question for you, Romulo.
Yeah, that's a good question, Arrow. I think that, when you look at the Kansas context, over the last 30 years, we lost a lot of wheat area, right? But in recent years, if you just look at the last maybe, 7 or 8 years, it has been fairly stable. And I think it's because right now wheat is going to maintain at least that area, because growers know the importance of having wheat in the rotation for the type of conditions that we get here. Yes, last year was terrible for wheat last season, but there are multiple benefits that wheat brings into these rotations in semi-arid systems like we are, especially in western Kansas, right? With all of the residue that is produced, and that residue helping store soil moisture, conserve that moisture there for the next crop, snowfall, control weeds in their summer crops, and so on. So overall, I think that we're going to at least be maintaining the area that we have been at, around that 7.5, perhaps 8 million acres planted. Whether we're going to harvest all of that or not, it's a different question, right? Because it all depends on the season. And similarly to what John mentioned, in March we may have anywhere from 15 to a 90 bushel potential, right? So that's going to be a driver of the harvested area later on. But in terms of sowing, I think that wheat holds a very important place in our crop rotations here because of these multiple benefits that it brings, the flexibility that it brings in terms of timing for the decisions and whatnot, and the added opportunity for grazing on it as well that we don't have in many summer crops. So overall, I would expect perhaps a stable area going into this fall, owing to this importance of the wheat in our systems.
Great discussion, gentlemen. Good postmortem. Postmortem's a perfect term for the 2026 crop. I think we all agree on that.
Yeah.
And very nice to have your perspective, John.
Thank you.
And Dave, you too. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to the podcast. Please share with your friends. If you want to hear previous episodes, go to wheatsonyourmind.com. Thanks for listening.
have a presentation about a little bit about precision ag. Deepak Joshi is with Kansas State University Precision Ag Specialist. He's been with K-State for about 2 years.
All right. Thank you, Aaron. Hi, everyone. Welcome after good food and lunch. I can completely understand after the lunch situation, actually. So I'll try to be more entertaining. I'll try to speak less and not to be a boring speaker as well. All right. Thank you so much for opportunity here to be one of the speaker today. My name is Deepak Joshi. I'm a precision ag specialist at K-State. I've been in this role now 2 years. For the last 2 years, I've been in this role, and during this last 2 years, I've been traveling all around the state, understanding the need, especially focusing on the precision ag. And I found there is a huge opportunity and there is a huge need for the precision ag, different precision agriculture tools, technologies here in the Kansas. Before joining at K-State, I did my grad school from South Dakota State University. I was in South Dakota for 9 years actually. And then after finishing my grad school at South Dakota, I went to Arkansas State University. I worked there for 1 year, and then I moved to the Kansas State University, actually. And originally, I'm from Nepal, actually. I did my undergrad education back from the Nepal, actually. And here, I will talk about some of the work, more focus on the wheat. I've been working for the last 2 years on the wheat with Dr. Lollato team, and I'm taking care of most of on his plot and research using the drone-based information, actually. And I have here Caden here. He's the one who have been collecting all the drone images on all those fields, and he's working on his master using all these data, actually. With that, just want to start with a drone, actually. So as I said, my last 2 years, most of the work is related with the drone. I think I found like a drone have a huge demand here and a lot of opportunity for the adaptation as well. And when I meet the grower, they all are interested on the drone and using for the various activities. Just want to ask, like, do you guys use a drone on your farm for anything? Any of you? I know Adam, he used a drone for his business, but if you use for your farm, but we have a lot of application on the farm, actually. So we can do the field scouting very faster. I've been helping some of the grower on the scouting the field, including the wheat as well. And, scouting is really important. And early season scouting is important to see how the plant's germinating, if we need to make replant decision or something, or also for the weed detection and those things. So early season scouting is important. Mid-season scouting is helpful to understand the crop growth and to identify the disease, insect damage, or nutrient deficiency, or moisture stress like that. And late season can help us understand the overall growth of the season, and it can also help us understand the yield potential of the field, actually. So, but usually we scout the field manually, walking around the field. Sometimes it's difficult to scout the field. Like we have 100 acre, 150 acre. If we have to walk all around every corner, it will almost take a whole day to finish one field, actually. But with the drone, we can do in a half hour, actually. So there is a huge application for this scouting using the drone, actually. And finding the problem issues, as I mentioned, like a different stress condition, disease, insect damage, or storm damage. Also, it can help us understand the field variability. Like, do we have a same growth pattern in one soil type, and also on the same field and different soil type? Do we have a same yield pattern? So it can help us understand how the moisture look like, how the soil type look like, and how the crop growth across the field look like, actually. You can see here one of the images. This is from the McPherson County over here, wheat field. We flew I have a 4 on-farm field here, and which I have been tracking for last 2 years actually. And I've been tracking on those 4 fields every 10 days. I've been flying drone since last 2 years, every 10 days actually. I have developed so good data on that, and I fly all the crop that are grown on that field actually. It was wheat, and then after soybean, and now this year we have a corn as well. So I've been flying those tracking from last 2 years actually, and it have been very useful and helpful information. So this is early season. It can tell us about what's the germination look like in the early season. Like those red area is a bare soil area, and then yellow is a medium area, and then green is a little bit more biomass or better germination area. And same field, I flew again in the mid-season, a little bit after a couple of weeks in the mid-season, and we can see the growth pattern, how the biomass and progress, how the growth figure look like. And this is the late season when almost wheat is ready to harvest, and that makes sense as well. This is a little bit yellow because it was because of the senescence of the wheat field actually. So there is a huge application of the drone, not only for the mapping. So my work have been very diverse. We can use the drone for a different purpose. So one of the work we did last year was this was on the soybean, but this is the same. It can work for the wheat as well. So this is a field on September 3. We took the picture. It was so good field, healthy soybean growing. And September 4 night, it was a big hail event over there actually, and there was a big hail event, and it badly impacted the plant actually growing there actually. And then we went there and flew the drone regularly every weekly basis until the harvest, and to see if we can use the drone-based information to see and estimate the damage estimation of the field actually. And the damage not going to be the uniform throughout the field. It's going to be in the different zone actually. So that's what we are trying to do actually. And we already completed this work. So this was after the hail damage, September 6 image. After the hail damage, you can see it was badly affected, and we flew and we were able to estimate the damage based on the different zone as well. So this can help us for the insurance claim purpose actually. So I just wanted to bring this because drone have a diverse application, not only the crop monitoring and growth monitoring, that we can use the drone for the multiple things in our farm actually. And another work we are doing right now on the spray, not only the mapping side and crop monitoring or scouting. Now the spray part is the big in Kansas. There is a huge application on the spray, a lot of demand as well. This is a work we are doing, the on-farm work. On this one, we are testing how high we need to fly to spray with the drone, and what the speed is the best for the spraying, and at the different canopy as well. Like we are also testing the canopy penetration, like do we have the same quality of the spray on the top leaf, middle leaf, and the bottom leaf actually. So this is really cool study we put, we had last year as well, but we don't have enough replication. But this year we have a very cool project, and we have a really good replication number as well. It's in the Topeka and Rossville actually, so I just brought this together. But there is a huge demand for the wheat as well on the spray side. I've been trying on the wheat, but the only one challenge I have been facing with the wheat is a spring wind actually. Always this year have been so windy spring. It's so difficult on the wheat to spray, and also even for the mapping purpose as well. That has been really big challenge for the spring spraying and flying drone actually. Beside those ones, so this is my main focus of the talk today. We'll discuss about the wheat, and I've been collaborating with Dr. Lollato team. I've been flying the drone, and on this study we have at the 3 different locations this year: Belleville, Manhattan, and Hutchinson. And we had the same study last year as well in Belleville, Aslam Bottom, and Hay actually. And on this research, we have 4 different treatment varieties, 4 different varieties we have. We are testing 4 different varieties. And planting time, we have early planting, optimum planting, and late planting treatment, and also the seeding rate, low seeding rate and high seeding rate, and along with the fertilizer rate as well. So we have a no fertilizer application as well as fertilizer application. And on this field, I've been flying the drone. Kaden have been flying the drone regularly basis as much as we can. And our main plan is how drone can help to understand the effect of all these treatment. Can we use the drone and compare in-season growth of the crop? Like otherwise, we have to wait until the harvest and use the yield data to compare all the treatment. But can we use a drone and fly from the beginning of the planting and during the whole season and can compare during the in-season growth and effect of these treatment as well. So that will help us to make the right decision at the right time as well. So that's what our objective actually. And for this research, we've been using quite a few drones. 2 drones we have right now. One is this is a SenseFly fixed wing drone with a multispectral sensor. You can see the multispectral sensor. It also have a RGB camera, and we are getting, our picture resolution is 4.8 centimeter for multispectral, and for the RGB we are getting even more high resolution, 2.5 centimeter resolution. And from multispectral, our main target is to measure the plant growth, vigor, and like if we use the NDVI, so for measuring the NDVI, we need a multispectral. So NDVI map can be created using the multispectral. So this is my fixed wing drone that I've been using. Very light drone, very handy, and it's easy to use as well. And the good thing about fixed wing is they can cover more area very quickly actually. If I have an on-farm field, bigger field, like grower field, 100 acre, 150 acre, or 200 acre as well, I can fly on one flight actually easily. And this have a camera. So this is a camera on this one. It's go here, and it's have a really good flight time as well. And this is the battery. If it's a nice day, no wind condition, battery can last for even 1.5 years continuously. So I've been able to fly even 200 acre with the one battery actually. So this have a really good battery capacity as well. But it depends on the wind condition. Like if we have a really windy condition, so battery will last for like 1 hour or 50 minutes. But if we have a nice no wind, like almost like 10 miles per hour on that condition, I can fly 1.5 hour easily actually. And another drone is a multi-rotor. Only one limitation on this fixed wing is we cannot hover this drone around certain specific area. For example, if I have a small area that have a problem and I want to focus just on that area, we cannot hover this drone around that certain specific area. Once you launch it, it will keep going flying actually. It will not hover around the one specific area. That's one limitation. And another is when you fly, you need a little bit open space because you cannot take off and land up and down. We need a little bit open space, no tree or no electric pole around. So we have to throw this into the angle, into the air. So this is another limitation. But this is really good for the battery and the larger area if we have an on-farm field actually. And another is a multi-rotor, look like an aeroplane. It have a 4 rotor, and the good thing is we can fly up and down. We can focus certain small specific area as well. One limitation on this one is the battery actually. So compared to that one, the battery on this one usually lasts for around 45 minutes. So battery is a little bit limitation, but it's a nice for the small area, small plot trial, like those things, small area if we want to focus, this is a good thing. And another special thing about this drone is the sensor actually. So if we don't have these camera on this drone, if we just use this, there is no value of this drone actually. So the value of the drone is because of the camera we have inside the drone. Without a camera or sensor, this is just like a toy. So there is no value. So main important part is the sensor, and this is the main expensive part as well. And this one has a multispectral sensor, and this have a thermal sensor. So we can see here, this is the thermal camera. With this thermal camera, we'll be able to measure the temperature difference of the crop or of the animal. So there is a huge application on this one as well. So this work on the same principle like human. When we are sick, we go to the doctor. Doctor, first thing will do is he will use the thermometer to measure the body temperature. And if we are sick, our body temperature is always high. We have always a fever. So it's the same plant. Plant is sick or moisture stress or anything, the body temperature of the plant as well, it increases. So how do we measure? We can measure using these thermal-based drone. Actually, we can see easily if the plant is in the stress condition. If moisture stress, based on that, we can make the decision related with for the irrigation something, or if there is a disease pressure, we can see that easily actually. So one quick question. So how much this drone will cost? Any guess? 200? Yeah. Okay. Any more guess? 3,000. Yep. This is 19,000. 19,000.
Without the camera?
19. 19. 9.
With no camera?
With camera, with everything. With camera and with this backpack. It comes with a nice backpack. So everything is 19,000 actually. And how much this will cost? This thermal?
18,000.
Yeah, quite close. A little bit more than 18. It was a 21,000. So this is both drone are US-based drone. So we cannot use all the drones. Some of the drone outside the US we cannot use because of some new rule and regulation. But for your use, you can buy any drone that you want. There are some cheaper drone as well, which you can buy like 5,000 as well. But those drones we are not allowed. If you work for the federal government or for the state, we cannot use those drones anymore. But this is a really strong drone. This is a Skydio, Montana-based company. This is really a little bit heavy as well. It's kind of heavy drone, but it's a really strong drone. And on this one as well, this is also very strong drone. When you fly, it take off in the angle, and when it land, it can land on the gravel or on the bare soil or on the top of the plant. It always have some scratch, but I just put the tape and fly again. So it's a very handy drone. I've been using this since 2017 actually. When I was in South Dakota, I was using this drone over there as well. So this thermal, we are getting a lot of good data from both of the drone on this project. So I'll discuss some of the preliminary results from this camera as well. So Caden here, so he's flying one of the field actually. So you can see how we fly this field. It was a cloudy day when we flew there. It was a very cloudy day. So usually for the flight height, it depends. For the on-farm field, when I fly 100 acre, 150 acre, usually I fly 350 feet height from the ground. But when I fly the small field, I fly lower height to get the better resolution, high resolution actually. So it will depend on how we want to use the drone image. So we fly the different height to get the better resolution as well. And so this is just some of the images from these drone actually. So on the left side, this is a RGB image. RGB is the same image that we get from the phone. So RGB provides some information, but it doesn't provide very much detailed information. It will see the same thing that we can see from our eye actually. And so RGB, you can see some of on those plot, some light green in color. So those are that didn't get the nitrogen actually. So those are some information we can get from the RGB image as well. But on the right side, this is the thermal image. And on this image, red is high temperature, and dark blue is a cooler temperature, low temperature actually. And we can see those red area over there is bare soil actually. There was no crop, no vegetation on those area. It's because, when we have a plant have a chlorophyll content, like stomata content, and those stomata open and lose the water, and they cool down the plant temperature actually. And because of the plant, they cool down, so they are lower temperature compared to the soil actually. So soil is always high temperature. And within the plot as well, you can see some are light blue and some are dark blue. So those are due to the treatment effect. So this is just a map, but we can, in the computer, we can zoom in and get the even more detailed information for the each even plot as well. So we are comparing in the plot, like how the temperature look like because of the nitrogen rate, because of the variety, because of the different seeding time, seeding rate. So all those factors, how it's affecting the plant body temperature actually. And this is two images, NDVI and thermal. So NDVI usually we get from the multispectral. So higher the NDVI, better the plant health. Close to 1 is the value for the NDVI range from 0 to 1. Higher is better. That means higher NDVI is a healthy crop. And I have a polygon here, like box, black box here. Within that box, you can see the high NDVI plot. Those are high NDVI plot, and those are healthy. Those look healthy. And we can compare that here on the thermal image as well. And the temperature on those high NDVI plot are lower. It's because those plots get the more nitrogen, and because of more nitrogen, those plants were healthy. They had a more chlorophyll and more stomata, and they look healthy. And we can see those differences using the NDVI and also with the thermal actually. And on those fields, we've been tracking throughout the growing season, from early season planting to the harvest. We have been developed a very intense database, very rich database. We are still analyzing a lot of the data. It's not only the image collection, there is a lot of process. After collect the data, we have to bring that to the computer in the lab, and we have to do a lot of stitching and a lot of post-processing as well. And Kaden have been working hard to process all the images from all those locations. So it takes a little bit effort on that, but we have developed really good data that will tell us so many good stories about this work actually. And so this is just one result, one figure that can tell us about the how we can drone-based information can be used to track the growth of the crop throughout the growing season. We can see here NDVI, how it changed throughout the growing season, early season to the late season, almost when we are ready to harvest actually. So early season, for each cultivar, we can see early season, there was not much vegetation, not much growth. So we have a low NDVI, but with the progress in the growth, you can see how the NDVI keep increasing. So maximum NDVI at that time, those wheat had the maximum growth at that time actually. So we can use these kind of information for the in-season growth tracking of the crops. And so this is a variety versus a planting time effect. So using the NDVI-based, drone-based information. So on this one, this is from the one side result. We saw that later planted wheat had a better NDVI actually. So there might be some reason connection with the drought probably, because early spring we had a little bit more drought this year, but the wheat that was later planted, we saw higher NDVI on those later planted wheat actually. But it will be interesting also to add the yield part actually. So do we have the same yield pattern on these treatment actually? So that would be interesting to compare the yield as well. But during the in-season, NDVI seems to be higher on the late planted wheat actually. And variety and seeding rate. On this one, we don't see much consistent same result. We don't see the consistency result. Some of the variety with a high seeding rate was a higher NDVI. That makes sense as well. When you have a lot of plants growing there, maybe they had a more plant growth and more biomass production there. So we have a little bit more NDVI as well there actually. But still, there was no clear difference between the low seeding rate and high seeding rate based on the NDVI actually. And in terms of the nitrogen application, and for each variety, for every variety, we saw that when we had the high nitrogen rate, there was a high NDVI as well. And that makes completely sense as well. Like when we have the fertilizer application, nitrogen definitely increases the chlorophyll content, and chlorophyll content is definitely related with the NDVI actually. So we saw clear difference between the no fertilizer application and the nitrogen application for all the variety. So this is overall result, and when you compare the nitrogen, definitely the high nitrogen has a high NDVI. For seeding rate, we don't saw any much difference, so almost low and high seeding rate have the almost same NDVI. And for the timing, planting time, the difference was statistically significant, and late planted had a high NDVI actually. But when we just compared the varieties, almost all of the variety, they had the same NDVI pattern actually. So there was no significant difference between the NDVI of all the varieties actually. And comparing the temperature from the thermal drone, also again here, planting date, on the planting date side, we don't see much difference on the plant temperature, based on the plant temperature. But definitely the high nitrogen, where the plot with the nitrogen had the low temperature. That's because when we apply the nitrogen fertilizer, crop is more healthy, and it's a healthy crop have a lower temperature compared to the unhealthy crop. So that's why statistically we can see that there was a low temperature on the when we have the nitrogen application from the thermal-based drone actually. And for the seeding rate, again here we don't see difference. Low and high seeding rate almost have the same canopy temperature, and also the variety, we don't see any difference on the variety based on the temperature as well. And comparing the yield, so this was a kind of interesting part. We saw late planted variety, late planted treatment had a high yield, and which is consistent with our NDVI as well. So NDVI also had the better NDVI on the late planted wheat, so it was almost consistent, and we found the same on the yield part as well. And also no nitrogen and nitrogen, and where we apply the nitrogen, we had a high yield compared to the no nitrogen. And in case of the seeding rate, almost the same, high seeding rate and low seeding rate almost had the same yield. So this was kind of interesting actually. So probably this year was a dry year, and when we had a high seeding rate, there was a lot of competition for the soil moisture as well. So probably that might be the one reason actually. So we cannot make the final decision, but this is really interesting because if we are getting the same yield from the low seeding and high seeding, do we need to do the high seeding? So it can, we need to explore more on and adding the other location data as well. But if we are getting the same yield from the low seeding as well, it can save the cost for the seed as well. So it will be interesting to combine additional data and make the final decision actually. And variety, based on the variety, almost all the variety had a almost similar yield actually. But this year was a little bit different year, drought year, so we still need to add the last year data as well on this one. And this is a kind of interesting actually. I thought last night actually about this one. I was presenting same work yesterday at the Harries. It was a very good discussion, and I was thinking, why not we can do some management profile. Can we create the management profile just based on the drone information? So we have a large data set. We have a multiple flight from the early season to the late season. Can I just use the drone information and make the recommendation and make the management profile actually? So this is not the final, but I need to add some other yield parameter as well. So based on this one, so you can see the treatment combination on the y-axis, and on the x-axis we have a drone-based information. Seasonal AUC is on the seasonal AUC, seasonal area under curve. So all the flight that I took, like 10 flight, I combine all those together, and for the whole season, I combined together and compared with all those treatment. And based on the the best one, it is ranking here actually. And also combine the early season NDVIs, like a early 3 flight, I combine. So based on the early season, which combination is the best management combination? And then again, peak NDVI. So we had a peak at the maximum growth, and then I just took that peak, and based on that peak NDVI time, I ranked those management practices actually. And then later season as well. And also canopy, based on the canopy stability as well. And canopy stability is like how frequently the NDVI changing. So early season is too low, and it'll all sudden going peak all sudden. So that is less stable treatment actually. So based on that as well, we rank. And then we gave the overall profile, combining all the data and rank those overall profile. But now we have to add the yield part as well. We are seeing the same high yield on that top rank management practice. So I think this will be a really cool, and this can be done using the drone information as well. So this is not the final result, but I think this can help us pick the best management practice for the future actually. So this is a huge application using the drone actually. And not only the crop growth in season monitoring, we've been doing some other stuff as well, like a plant height measurement. We have a 400, 500 plot in one side. And if Caden have to go measure the plant height, how the plant height look like, or how the biomass look like every plot, he will spend almost a whole week to do manually actually. So we thought, let's do with the drone. Can we use just drone and measure the plant height and plant biomass? So we are testing those using the digital surface model. So we can create a surface model using the drone images, and that can give us the plant height and biomass information as well. And we have tested that measuring the real plant height as well, and we found quite a good correlation actually. So it's possible for the wheat as well. And we did the same thing for the soybean. We did the same thing for the corn as well on the different studies. But wheat and soybean are shorter, so it's not very, very much correlated with the actual plant height. But corn was really highly correlated because corn is tall. So for the tall plant, it's easy to detect the height actually. But it's still for the wheat as well, it was a quite good correlation actually. And so this is another work beside the previous one. On this work, this is at 7 different locations all around the state. On this side, we have 7 different fertilizer rates we are testing, and also the 8 different varieties actually on this side as well. Just a variety and nitrogen rate only. There are two only treatments here. So main objective here is to develop the AI-based model and to predict the yield as well as protein content. So we can use the information we get from here in our field as well, in our farm as well. Like if we are able to predict the protein content of our farm, and if we know how much protein we're going to have on the different part of the field, so we can go and harvest those high protein areas first actually, and because high protein, based on high protein as well, we'll have a different price for the wheat actually. So this kind of information, though this is a small plot, but we can use some of this information to the on-farm level as well, beside the yield prediction actually. And also we are trying to test if the drone can detect the nitrogen stress early enough than human eye can see, so using this data. So if we know early, like the wheat is in the nitrogen stress condition, but sometimes just doing the visual scouting is not possible. But with the drone, we can do a little bit early detection compared to the human eye actually. So we are trying to do those things actually here actually. We have a multiple flight from this side as well. We can see the NDVI, GNDVI, and NDRE trend. So those are all vegetation index actually that we can get from the multispectral drone. And those all tell us about the in-season growth pattern, like early season to late season growth pattern. And here, so this is the NDVI trend with all different varieties and different nitrogen rate. And interestingly, obviously it was obvious result as well. With a high increasing in the nitrogen rate, every variety had a high NDVI actually. So that makes sense as well. When you have a more nitrogen, the NDVI also keep increasing for all the varieties actually. So that means, and nitrogen is improving the crop health. When you just compare the variety, we don't see much difference. Here as well, NDVI was almost same for all the varieties. But with the nitrogen rate, with increase in nitrogen rate, NDVI is keep increasing the trend. So we can see the nice pattern of the NDVI as well. And this is on the x-axis, we have a nitrogen different rate, and then y-axis varieties, and how the nitrogen application is affecting the NDVI for each variety, how nitrogen rate is affecting the protein for each variety, and how it's affecting the yield for each variety actually. And we can see here with increase in nitrogen rate, almost all of the variety, they improved in the NDVI. Similarly, also protein, with a high increasing nitrogen rate, we had a better improvement in the protein content of the grain as well. And also similarly for the yield as well. We can see with increase in the nitrogen rate, we had an improvement in the yield production as well. And not only the yield and protein, we try to correlate then with some other agronomic trait, like a plant height, head number, head weight, using the drone-based information from early season to the late season. So that red box, we can see those, with the early season, it was less correlated, but with progress in the season, we can see all those agronomic traits as well. It was a better improvement in the correlation for everything. And grain yield, we had a consistently improvement on the grain yield with increase in nitrogen rate. So that was and also for the protein as well. We can see with the increase in nitrogen rate, there was an increase in the protein content on the wheat actually. With that, thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed my talk. And if you have any question, I will try to answer. If I cannot answer, I'll pass that to Dr. Lollato as well. So thank you so much.
Any questions? So to back up, I have a question here. So we discussed quite a bit that farm networks, right? And how do I move forward those large streams? Do you see opportunities for us to add the precision ag layer into such a grower research network like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you so much for the question. Yeah, that's a great question actually. Those work all are on the small plot, but there is a huge application. We can use these technology in our farm as well. Like definitely the drone-based information, we can add that on the yield data, yield monitor data as well. We can add the satellite data as well on the farm, and combining all the data, even the soil sample, grid sampling, or if we have a soil scan, like various soil scan data, we can combine all the data. And also the important is we can add weather, and we can add landscape variability data. There are some freely available data as well that we can combine all those together and make the many decisions, like a variable rate seeding rate, or if we want to do the variable rate fertilizer rate application. So combining all the data, and through this project, I think we will have an opportunity to work together and make the decision and create a new recommendation as well. So if we want to, like we can see from the small plot, we are seeing that with the increase in nitrogen, we are having a better yield, better protein. So this finding, does it gonna work in our farm or not? So we can test those on your farm or through this network as well. So there will be a lot of huge opportunity. We can help with a flying drone, collect some drone images, and also if you have yield data, yield monitor data, we can add those data as well. Multiple years, the yield monitor data can give us the different, very valuable information about the farm that can ultimately help to bring the more profit to the farm actually. So there will be a lot of opportunity. All right, thank you so much. I will be around if you have more questions, so I'll be happy to discuss as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, that does wrap up our program. Unless Romulo, you had any closing comments or?
Just a couple of things that I had that we didn't go over
traits and fertility and whatnot, right? So it was just some general comments, right, to be paying attention to, especially this year, seed size, right? I think that's going to be important. As we saw, all of those pre-harvest rains and everything that happened during the end of the wheat season, right? I think that there were some issues with parts of the state with seed quality out there. So for saving seed this year, very important to be aware of that. And then at the same time, I heard from growers who were actually harvesting 64-pound test weight with 12+% protein. So it was kind of like lots of pockets, right? So just paying attention to seed size, I think there's an importance there. We have a lot of research showing that starting with a high quality seed makes a difference in your final product there. And so we've done some research over 30 site years across the state that overall showed that you can gain up to about 3 or plus bushels per acre on a 60 bushel environment, right? So there's a 5+% gain just from improving your seed size, right? And that's in seed that was good quality to start with. So just we have a good quality seed, but just without any cleaning or anything, right? And then if we do a seed cleaning on that, on the air screen, that was bumping up about a bushel and a half or so in our yield potential. Another cleaning on the gravity table, another bushel and a half or so. So again, just be paying attention to seed quality this year. Seed size as well. If you go from 17,000 seeds per pound to about 12,000 seeds per pound. So, which this is this is a range that we can see out there on the different varieties and different seed lots, right? You're keeping a constant rate in pounds per acre, 90 pounds per acre. For example, you go from 1.1 million seeds to 1.6 million seeds per acre. So a huge difference in how many seeds we're putting out because of the seed size out there, if we're just keeping things on pounds per acre without adjusting, right? So just paying attention to some of those things as we get into the season now. A couple of comments on in-furrow-phosphorus fertilizer that I had as well. I think 3 situations that for me, they're like money on the bank, is if you're grazing wheat, in-furrow-phos, really kind of money on the bank. If you're sowing into relatively acidic soils and you're not willing to lime, right, as well, really make sure that we have that in-furrow-phos there. Or sowing late, right? If we have to wait on a harvest of a summer crop or something and then go with our wheat crop, that's another situation where in-furrow-phos really is money on the bank. Regarding population that we're kind of shooting for, a lot of our research shows that 900,000 emergent plants per acre very consistently gets us to where we need to be. If you want to be a little bit safer, you look at your seed germination percentage and whatnot, but 1.1, 1.2 million seeds per acre out there on a normal planting date really kind of gets where we want to be. If you're pushing planting dates later, research shows that, again, increasing those seeding rates is worth it as well, especially, again, if you're pushing those seeding rates to a later date out there. Then I think I also had a couple of comments on sulfur. We've done a lot of research on sulfur because I briefly mentioned nitrogen early on, right? But then the sulfur can become an important part as well, especially in this part of the state. If you go a little bit west from here, get into the Pratt area and so on, get into some sandier soils, right? Those conditions of sandier soils, low organic matter, you really can have a huge response to sulfur fertilization in wheat. Wheat does not require a lot of sulfur. The crop really takes up maybe 10 pounds of sulfur per acre and can reach an 80 bushel potential, right? So it doesn't require a lot that it takes up, but it does. If it is deficient, it will really cause a new drag out there. So a lot of our previous research has shown that if you are in a sulfur deficient situation, doesn't matter how much nitrogen you put out, you have a flat response, right? Really no yield gain to your nitrogen if you're in a sulfur deficient situation. Now you take care of that sulfur deficiency, you're bringing your yield potential up for taking care of that. Not only that, you're also allowing the crop to now respond to that nitrogen, right? So you have a double gain there from in sulfur deficient situations. Now, how often does that happen? We did that research as well, going to a lot of commercial fields and putting strips of sulfur and then seeing the response. About a third of the times, kind of in the wheat growing region of the state, more towards that central, south central Kansas as compared to as we go further west, for example, right? So again, it's out there. About a third of the times or so, we can find a significant yield bump from that sulfur fertilizer. On average, across 20 plus trials, on the third of trials that responded, was about 6.5 bushels per acre or so that we were gaining over our baseline. But in some cases where the sulfur deficiency was extreme and we had a good yield potential, it was north of 15 or 20 bushels per acre that we're getting from putting out 20 units of sulfur, right? So just a few things that I had towards the end of my presentation there that, since we're going into the season now, we're making all of these decisions, kind of important for us to take in mind. And of course, Kelsey mentioned variety selection, right? We didn't talk about these because on these Wheat Rx meetings, we never know where you're all coming from, and variety selection is very specific, right? But Jeff, he was here earlier. They run a very detailed replicated demonstration trials with wheat varieties in South Central Kansas, 7 or 8 locations out there. That's good data to take a look at and see how varieties were handling this last season. So definitely a very important decision there, especially as we go into the season and trying to maybe save some money on disease management and other things. So I think, Aaron, I just had some general comments. I think that, just a few fresh reminders there on seeding rate, in-furrow fertility, sulfur fertilization, and so on. On the sulfur end, I very often get asked about timing as well of that, right? If we're putting it in furrow, the crop is going to take up what you're putting there, unless you're putting elemental sulfur, right? That's going to be just available next season. But if you're putting a sulfate type of source, it's going to be available and be taken up. You may have the issue of not being able to put enough in the furrow, right? So if you're going to broadcast, ideally you'd come back together with your nitrogen fertilization sometime around spring green up or so, because that's really when crop takes off in terms of growth, and so the demand for nitrogen and the demand for sulfur really pick up about that point in time as well. But that's it, Aaron. I don't want to keep you guys any longer here. Any questions, anything that maybe we didn't touch on? Yes?
Made me think the elemental sulfur, if you apply it right now, would it help that wheat plant next April, May?
Yeah, that's a good question. So a lot of the research on elemental sulfur suggests at least a year or more that you need until it's actually available, right? So if you don't have an immediate need and you're fertilizing for the system, it's going to be available for your production system eventually, right? But if you have an immediate deficiency now, it's not going to solve it. Yeah. So if your field is deficient now, you want some sort of a sulfate source that is going to be available right away. Yeah. And probably you might not need too much now again if you're putting some sulfur that is going to be with your seed, like mass or something like this in furrow, gets you by the winter fine, and then probably the bulk of it would come back in the spring with your UAN, just with some thiosol there or something along these lines. Yeah. But it will take a good year or so for that elemental sulfur to be available. Yeah, and I always, when I talk about varieties, right, so that's an excellent resource that you guys have here in South Central Kansas, the agents putting out those demo plots, right, because they're replicated as well, and so we can actually get really good statistical power there. There is a website, it's called Wheat that's like hosted out of Colorado State, and right now that's the best flexible tool that you have to look at variety performance in the Great Plains region, right? So you can go in there and you just filter, okay, I'm South Central Kansas, might be close enough to the Oklahoma border, so I'm gonna bring some North Central Oklahoma data in here as well. And then you can do either just look at summaries of the last year, last 2 years, 3 years, or even 4 years of variety performance in the region. And you can do head-to-head comparisons as well. So for example, I'm planting double stop, just giving an example there. Let's compare how double stop is doing with Providence. And we did that comparison for a pre-plant meeting that we had in Oxford the other day. And Providence was actually out yielding double stop in probably 5 or 6 bushels per acre in this region in over 20 trials, right? So now if you're planting double stop because you need clear field is one thing, right? But then you can compare double stop with maybe WB 44, 45 CL as another clear field variety. So it's very easy to use that tool. It's Wheat TED.com. And again, for variety performance and to summarize a lot of data very easy and very quick, it's probably the best tool that is out there now. So. All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Romulo. Thanks to all of our speakers today. Thank you for attending. Again, if you want to learn more about this NFWF grant, National Fish and Wildlife, just watch our information or talk to Ted after this, and talk to Romulo about the farmer network he's been speaking about. So thank you very much. Have a safe trip home. Thank you.